And hello everyone, how are we doing today? I'm Lil Len, and welcome to Whispers of the Void. I don't think I'm going to be doing whispers. I think I'm going to be doing a gentle voice just like this, if that's okay with you folks. I am sitting down nice and comfy with my cup of tea. Today I'm going to be drinking the Kuja blend done by my lovely cousin. It is a Earl Grey lavender floral, uh, paired with some delicate green. Delicate cream. See, I'm already being a little bit silly today. Uh, I'll just read. I will read the description of the tea because it is a wonderful tea and it is very well designed. I will read it now. Matching Earl Grey lavender's floral wonder with a delicate cream and sneaking in the sweet and tart taste of blackberry, I give you a tea that was inspired by Kuja. But it just didn't feel right without an accent of marigolds. And then it describes Kuja being from Final Fantasy. Very gentle, gentle, gentle. It's a lovely flavor, by the way. I have considered several times designing my own tea on Adagio teas because you can actually design your own flavors, but I haven't had the time quite yet. And if I designed a blend, I'd of course want to buy it, so I have to set that money aside for myself. Now, today we start reading Edgar Allan Poe. It is a book that's a compilation of his greatest works. Supposedly, we can be the judge of that. There are 369 pages, nice, of his actual works, and then the rest is quite a few um, of his essays and reviews. And then even further on, there are quite a few found letters of his. I don't know if we're going to be reading the letters, essays, or reviews, but I'll leave that up to you. I'll let all of you decide if we're going to be reading that or not. Also, feel free to let me know if you would like to see the full body version of this outfit. It's fine if we like it here. It's fine if we want to see the whole thing. I figure it might be just a little bit too small. Won't really be able to see any details. Also, hello, Crimson. How are you doing? I know. It's a lovely outfit. Here, I'll actually show everyone the full body just for a moment, and then we'll get back to this more easier to see version. Oh, oh, Uh, it has to be a little bit. See, it has to be so small, and that makes me a little bit, uncertain about if I want to have it like this. For now, though, we can have the upper body visible. Thank you. But we can decide if we want to have it be full body or just the upper portion. For now, it'll just be the upper portion. Oh, I do so love this outfit. It actually is the outfit that I'm wearing for the art for this series. But um we'll decide if we want to have that be just the outfit. Like if we want to have it just be the upper portion or the lower portion. By the way, how does my audio sound? Do you want me to be a little bit louder? Do you want me to be a little bit quieter? How are we sounding right now? I know I'm going to be very soft spoken throughout the entirety of this. Oh, no worries. Hello. I hope you're doing well. I keep getting something stuck in my throat, which is a little bit annoying for the ASMR stream. Good. That's kinda the point. I don't really want to do proper whispering. I know that's technically what you're supposed to do for ASMR, but we're just gonna be enjoying this for now. And if anyone complains or wants me to change anything, feel free to let me know. For now, though, I am trembling with excitement to read, and also trembling with a little bit of nerves. I also love that I got the hardcover copy of this book. It's so beautiful. I just can't even. Here, maybe I can get the sound of the pages. No, I can't. I can't get the pages, unfortunately. I wanted to get the sound of the pages flipping gently. I've also been sniffing this book. I know that's a strange thing to say, but oh, it smells so nice. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Now, let me see. I don't know if I'm going to have to cut this out for when I upload it. However, I am going to read an excerpt from the Philosophy of Composition that is used as an introduction to the book. And I'm sorry if I stumble over my words or if I have a little bit of dyslexia. I will do my very best to make this at least an enjoyable experience, if not a skilled one. I'm not going to be very skilled, is what I'm saying. Thank you so much for the follow. One second, I keep getting something stuck in my throat. And I'll take a quick little sip. Delightful. Oh, no, we're not doing audio right now, and also Bonk is broken, unfortunately. But thank you, Sinri, for the bonk. It's broken for this outfit. Now, never losing sight of the object's supremeness or perfection at all points, I ask myself, of all melancholy topics, what, according to the universal understanding of mankind, is the most melancholy? Death was the obvious reply. And when, I said, is the most melancholy of topics most poetical? From what I have already explained at some length, the answer here, also, is obvious. When it most when, when it most closely allies itself to beauty. The death, then, of a beautiful woman is unquestionably the most poetic topic in the world, and equally is it beyond doubt that the lips best suited for such topic are those of a bereaved lover. And that is a little excerpt from the Philosophy of Composition. And then there's a little excerpt describing Edgar Allan Poe. I don't think I'm going to read it. There's a lot of introduction to this right now. My goodness. And we will start with poems, the hardest things to read. We'll start off with with uh Tamerlane. I'm not sure. Find solace in a dying hour. Such, Father, is not now my theme. I will not madly deem that power of earth may shrive me of the sin unearthly pride hath revelled in. I have no time to dote or dream. You call it hope, that fire of fire. It is but agony of desire. If I can hope, oh God, I can. Its fount is holier, more divine. I would not call thee fool, old man, but such is not a gift of thine. I know thou the secret of a spirit, bowed from its wild pride into shame. O yearning heart, I did inherit thy withering potion, no portion, thy withering portion with the fame, the searching glory which hath shone amid the jewels of my throne. Halo of hell, and with a pain not hell shall make me fear again. O craving heart for the lost flowers and sunshine of my summer hours, the undying voice of that dead time with its interminable I'm sorry, interminable chime rings in the spirit of a spell upon thy emptiness, a knell. I have not always been as now, the fevered diadem on my brow I claimed and won usurpingly, I claimed and won usurpingly, hath not the same fierce heirdom given Rome to the Caesar, this to me, the heritage of a kingly mind, and a proud spirit and a proud spirit which hath striven triumphantly with humankind. On mountain soil I first drew life. The mists of the Taglay have shed nightly their dews upon my head, and I believe the winged strife and tumult of the headlong air have nestled in my very hair. So late from heaven that dew it fell, amid dreams of an unholy night, upon me with the touch of hell, while the red flashing of the light from clouds that hung like banners o'er appeared to my half-closing eye the pageantry of monarchy, and the deep trumpet thunder's roar came hurriedly upon me, telling of human battle where my voice, my own voice, silly child, was swelling. Oh, how my spirit would rejoice and leap within me at the cry, the battle cry of victory. The rain came down upon my head, unsheltered, and the heavy wind rendered me mad and deaf and blind. But it was but man, I thought, who shed laurels upon me, and the torrent of the chilly air, gurgled within my ear the crush of empires with the captive's prayer, the hum of suitors, and the tone of flattery around a sovereign's throne. My passions from that hapless hour usurped a tyranny which men have deemed since I have reached to power. My innate nature, be it so. But, father, there lived one who, then, then in my boyhood, when their fire burned with a still intenser glow, for passion must with youth expire. Hey, use your passion, folks. Oh my. Let me see. Expire. And then, who knew this iron heart in woman's weakness had a part? I have no words, alas, to tell the loveliness of loving well, nor would I now attempt to trace the more than beauty of a face, whose lineaments upon my mind are shadows on the unstable wind. Thus I remember having dwelt some page of early lore upon with loitering eye, till I have felt the letters with their meaning melt to fantasies with none. Oh, she was worthy of all love, love as in infancy was mine. 'Twas as angel minds above might envy her young heart the shrine on which my every hope and thought were incense than a goodly gift, for they were childish and upright, pure as her young example taught. Why did I leave it and adrift? Trust to the fire within for light. Sorry, we're in an ad break. Will take just a moment for me to gently take a breath, take a sip of tea, and hope that I'm doing okay. This tea is delicious, by the way, and I hope you all are enjoying so far. I know I have stumbled a few times already, but I am doing my best. So I hope you can remain patient with me. I love the tiny bit of bitterness in this tea. It's quite lovely. This is actually quite relaxing. I'm enjoying reading poems. Okay, I'll start again with a small portion. Pure as her young example taught, why did I leave it, and adrift, trust to the fire within for light? We grew in age and love together, roaming the forest and the wild. My breast her shield in wintry weather, and when the friendly sunshine smiled, and she would mark the opening skies, I saw no heaven but in her eyes. Oh, it's so sweet. uh, Very romantic. I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for romance. Uh, Young love's first lesson is the heart. For mid that sunshine and those smiles, when from our little cares apart, and laughing at her girlish wiles, I'd throw me on her throbbing breast, and pour my spirit out in tears. Oh, okay. There was no need to speak the rest, no need to quiet any fears of her who'd ask no reason why. Turned on me her quiet eye, yet more than worthy of the love my spirit struggled with and strove, when on the mountain peak alone ambition lent it a new tone. I had no being but in thee, the world and all it did contain. In the earth, the air, the sea, its joy, its little lot of pain. That was new pleasure, the ideal, dim vanities of dreams by night, and dimmer nothings which were real, shadows and a more shadowy light, parted upon their misty wings, and so confusedly became thine image and a name, two separate, yes, two separate yet most intimate things. I was ambitious, have you known? The passion, father, you have not. A cottager I marked a throne of half the world as all my own, and murmured at such lowly lot. But just like any other dream, upon the vapor of the dew, my own had passed, did not the beam of beauty which did while it throw the minute, the hour, the day, oppress my mind with double loveliness. We walked together on the crown of a high mountain which looked down afar from its proud natural towers of rock and forest on the hills, the dwindled hills, begirt with bowers, and shouting with 1,000 rills. I spoke to her of power and pride, but mystically in such guise that she might deem it not beside the moment's converse in her eyes. I read perhaps too carelessly a mingled feeling with my own. The flush on her bright cheek to me seemed to become a queenly throne, too well that I should let it be. Light in the wilderness alone, I wrapped myself in grandeur then, and donned a visionary crown. Yet it was not that fantasy had thrown her mantle over me, but that among the rabble, men, lion ambition is chained down, and crouches to a keeper's hand. Not so in deserts where the grand, the wild, the terrible conspire, with their own breath to fan his fire. Look round thee now on Samarcand? Samarcand? That sounds more dramatic. Look round thee now on Samarcand. Is not she queen of earth, her pride? Above all cities in her hand, their destinies in all beside? Of a glory which the world hath known, stands she not nobly and alone? Falling, her veriest stepping stone shall form the pedestal of a throne. And who her sovereign? Timour, he, whom the astonished people saw striding o'er empires haughtily, a diademed outlaw. O human love, thou spirit given, on earth of all we hope in heaven, which fall'st into the soul like rain upon the Siroc withered plain, and failing in thy power to bless, but leav'st the heart a wilderness. Idea, which bindest life around with music of so strange a sound, and beauty of so wild a birth, farewell, for I have won the earth. When Hope, the eagle that towered, could see no cliff beyond him in the sky, his pinions were bent droopingly, and homeward turned his softened eye. 'Twas sunset when the sun will part. There comes a sullenness of heart to him who still would look upon the glory of the summer sun. That soul will hate the evening mist, so often lovely, and will list to the sound of the coming darkness, known to those whose spirits hearken as one, who in a dream of night would fly, but cannot from a danger nigh. What though the moon, the white moon, shed all the splendor of her noon? Her smile is chilling, and her beam in that time of dreariness will seem so like you gather in your breath a portrait taken after death. And boyhood is a summer sun, whose waning is the dreariest one, for all we live to know is known, and all we seek to keep hath flown. Let life then, as the day flower, fall with the noonday beauty, which is all. I reached my home no more, for all had flown who made it so. I passed from out its mossy door, and though my thread was soft and low, a voice came from the threshold stone, of one whom I had earlier known. Oh, I defy thee, hell, to show, on beds of fire that burn below, a humbler heart, a deeper woe. Father, I firmly do believe, I know, for death who comes for me from regions of blessed afar, where there is nothing to deceive, hath left his iron gate ajar, and rays of truth you cannot see are flashing through eternity. I do believe Eblis hath, I do believe, no, hath a snare in every human path. Else how, when in the holy grove I wandered of the idol Love, who daily scents his snowing wings with incense of burnt offerings, from the most unpolluted things, whose pleasant bowers are yet so riven above with trellised rays from heaven. No mote may shun, no tiniest fly, the lightning of his eagle eye. How is it that ambition crept unseen amid the revels there, till growing bold he laughed and leapt in the tangles of love's very hair. Damn, damn, that was rough. That was, poor guy. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like, I get where the subject of the poem comes from. You know, ambition born of love and thinking that she's so amazing that she deserves everything, and then you try to give her everything, and then you realize that everything's bad now. Another sip of tea. Ah, what a good first poem to read. It has all of the themes that I love so much. Also, I do apologize in advance if I ever get a little bit choked up when I'm reading something. There are certain topics that really just touch the heart for me, particularly romance and tragic romance is wonderful. Now, the next poem we're reading is Evening Star. Apparently, it was published in Tamerlane and Other Poems in 1827. It was never printed again in Poe's lifetime. So, wish me luck. I've actually never read this one, so we'll be doing our best. 'Twas noontide of summer, and mid-time of night, and stars in their orbits shone pale through the light of the brighter cold moon, mid planets her slaves, herself in the heavens, her beam on the waves. I gazed awhile on her cold smile, too cold for me. There passed as a shroud a fleecy cloud, and I turned away to thee, proud evening star, in thy glory afar, and drearer thy beam shall be. For joy to my heart is the proud part. Thou bearest in heaven at night, and more I admire thy distant fire than that colder lowly light. Very short poem, very pretty poem. I actually like that a lot. That was quite cute. Next up is Spirits of the Dead, and it was published in Tamerlane and Other Poems with the title Visit of the Dead. And it showed up in a few other things as well, but it first appeared there. Thy soul shall find itself alone, mid dark thoughts of the grey tombstone, not one of all the crowd to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude, which is not loneliness, for then the spirits of the dead who stood in life before thee are again, in death around thee, and their will shall even overshadow thee. Be still, for the night, though clear, shall frown, and the stars shall look not down from their high thrones in the heaven, with light like hope to mortals given, but their red orbs without beam to thy weariness shall seem as a burning and a fever, which would cling to thee for ever. Now our thoughts thou shalt not banish, now our visions ne'er to vanish, from thy spirit shall they pass, no more like dewdrop from grass. From the grass. Oh my god, I said that so pretty and then I messed it up. I'm gonna try it again. No more like dewdrop from the grass. The breeze, the breath of God is still, and the mist upon the hill, shadowy, shadowy, yet unbroken, is a symbol and a token, how it hangs upon the trees, a mystery of mysteries. Lovely, isn't it? It sounds so lovely. Uh, I love iambic pentameter, by the way. It's absolutely beautiful. Next up is Fairyland. Take a nice deep breath, take a nice little stretch, and enjoy. It apparently was published in the Yankee and Boston Literary Gazette in September of 1829. It was also included in some other things, but I'll just be reading the first publication of the story. Dim vales and shadowy floods, and cloudy-looking woods, whose forms we can't discover, or the tears that drip all over. Huge moons there wax and wane, again, again, again. Every moment of the night, forever changing places, and they put out the starlight with the breath from their pale faces. About 12 by the moon dial, one more filmy than the rest, a kind which, upon trial, they would have no a kind which upon trial they have found to be the best, comes down, still down and down, with its centre on the crown of a mountain's eminence, while its wide circumference in easy drapery falls over hamlets, over halls, wherever they may be, o'er the strange woods, o'er the sea, over spirits on the wing, over every drowsy thing, and bruises them up quite in a labyrinth of light. And then how deep, oh deep, is the passion of their sleep. In the morning they arise, and their moony covering is soaring in the skies, with the tempest as they toss, like almost anything, or a yellow albatross. They use that moon no more, for the same end as before. Videlicet a tent, which I think extravagant. Its atomies, however, into a shower dissever, of which those butterflies of earth who seek the skies, and so come down again, never contented things, have brought a specimen upon their quivering wings. Holy moly, this next one is wild. Haha. Okay, so this next one is called Al Araf or Al Araf. I don't know. I'm gonna say Araf. I like that one. Nice deep breath. Oh, nothing earthly save the ray thrown back from flowers of beauty's eye, as in those gardens where the day springs from the gems of Circasse. I don't know the words. Help me. Oh, nothing earthly save the thrill of melody in woodland rill, or music of the passion-hearted, joy's voice so peacefully departed, that the murmur in the shell its echo dwelleth and will dwell. Oh, nothing of the dross of ours, yet all the beauty, all the flowers, that list our love as deck our bowers. I don't know what about. I think it's plant. Adorn yon world afar, afar, the wandering star. 'Twas a sweet time for Nisachi? I don't know. For there, her world lay lolling on the golden air, near 4 bright suns, a temporary rest, an oasis in desert of the blest. Away, away, mid seas of rays that roll Empyrean splendor o'er the unchained soul, the soul that's scarce, the billows are so dense, and struggle to its destined eminence. It's an ad break. I'm so sorry, everyone. Eminence. We're at eminence. I'll remember eminence. For now, I'm going to take a little sip of my tea. I know that there are a lot of sub viewers, but I also want to be fair to people that aren't subbed and let them enjoy the poems in their whole poems, entire poems. God, I love this tea. It tastes so good and equally delicate and strong. It's good to take little breaks every once in a while, especially when I want to make sure everyone can hear the poem. All right, we left off on the word eminence, which is a lovely word, by the way. Absolutely lovely. Hope I didn't hurt my book. Sometimes the pages of books are so delicate. You have to be so careful with them. Okay. And struggle to its destined eminence. To distant spheres from time to time she rode, and linked to ours, the favored one of God. But now the ruler of an anchored realm, she throws aside the scepter, leaves the helm, and amid incense and high spiritual hymns, laves in quadruple light her angel limbs. Now happiest, loveliest in yon lovely earth, whence sprang the idea of beauty into birth. Falling in wreaths grow many a startled star, like woman's hair mid pearls, until afar it lit on hills Achaean, and there dwelt. She looked into infinity and knelt. Rich clouds for canopies about her curled, fit emblems. It's emblems. I know what emblems are. Sorry. Fit emblems of the model of her world, seen but in beauty, not impeding sight of other beauty glittering through the light. A wreath that twined each starry form around, and all the opaled air in color bound. All hurriedly she knelt upon a bed of flowers, of lilies, such as reared the head on the fair Capo Ducato, and sprang so eagerly around about to hang upon the flying footsteps of deep pride of her who loved a mortal and so died. The cephalica budding the young bees, budding with young bees. The cephalica budding with young bees, upreared its purple stem around her knees, and gemmy flower of Trebizond misnamed, inmate of the highest stars, where erst it shamed all other loveliness, its honeyed dew, the fabled nectar that the heathen knew, deliriously sweet, was dropped from heaven, and fell on gardens of the unforgiven, in Trebizond, and on a sunny flower, so like its own above that, to this hour, it still remaineth, torturing the bee, with madness and unwonted reverie, in heaven and all its environs, the leaf and blossom of the fairy plant in grief, disconsolate linger, grief that hangs her head, repenting follies that full long have fled, heaving her white breast to the balmy air, like guilty beauty chastened and more fair. Nicanthes too, as sacred as the light, She fears to perfuming the night. And Clydia? I'm gonna say Clydia, just because it sounds a little bit naughty. And Clydia, pondering between the many a sun, while pettish tears adown her petals run, and that aspiring flower that sprang on earth, and died ere scarce exalted into birth. Weird. Sappho, this flower, interesting. There's little notes at the bottom of some poems. This one has a lot of notes. Oh, it's not done yet. And died ere scarce exalted into birth, bursting its odorous heart in spirit to wing its way to heaven from garden of a king. And Valesnerian lotus thither flown from struggling with the waters of the Rhone, in thy most lovely purple perfume, Zante? Isolodoro, fior de Levante. I'm trying. I don't know if I got it right there. I'm trying to make it sound fancy and romantic. And the Nelumbo bud that floats forever, with Indian Cupid down the holy river, fair flowers and fairy, to whose care is given to bear the goddess's song in odors up to heaven. Spirit that dwellest where, in the deep sky, the terrible and fair, in beauty vie, beyond the line of blue, the boundary of the star, which turneth at the view of thy barrier and thy bar, of the barrier overgone by the comets who were cast from their pride and from their throne to be drugless, no, to be I'm sorry. They were talking about intoxicating and everything, and I imagined it was like a drug thing. Not like a drug thing, but intoxication, drugless, everything. Anyway, to be drudges till the last, to be carriers of fire, the red fire of their heart, with speed that may not tire, with speed that may not tire, and with pain that shall not part. Who livest that we know, in eternity we feel, but the shadow of whose brow what spirit shall reveal? Though the beings whom thy Nisachi, I'm gonna say Nisachi, because it sounds like Versace. I don't know. I don't even know how to even say Versace. Anyway, sorry. Thy messenger hath known, have dreamed for thy infinity, a model of their own. Thy will is done, O God. The star hath ridden high through many a tempest, but she rode beneath thy burning eye, and here in thought to thee, in thought that can alone ascend thy empire, and so be a partner of thy throne. By winged fantasy my embassy is given, till secrecy shall knowledge be in the environs of heaven. She ceased and buried, and then her burning cheek, abashed amid the lilies there, so seek a shelter from the fervor of his eye, for the stars trembled at the deity. She stirred not, breathed not, for a voice was there, how solemnly pervading the calm air, a sound of silence on the startled ear, which dreamy poets name the music of the sphere. Ours is a world of words, quiet we call silence, which is the merest word of all. All nature speaks, and even ideal things flap shadowy sounds from visionary wings. But not so when thus, in realms on high, the eternal voice of God is passing by, and the red winds are withering in the sky. What though in worlds which sightless cycles run, linked to a title, to, linked to a little system and one sun, where all my love is folly, and the crowd still think my terrors but the thunder cloud, the storm, the earthquake, and the ocean wrath. Ah, will they cross me in my angrier path? What though in worlds which own a single sun, the sands of time grow dimmer as they run, yet thine is my resplendency so given, to bear my secrets through the upper heaven. Leave tenantless the crystal home and fly, with all thy train are athwart the moony sky, apart like fireflies in Sicilian night, and wing to other worlds another light, divulge the secrets of thy embassy to the proud orbs that twinkle, and so be to every heart a barrier and a ban, lest the stars totter in the guilt of man. Uprose the maiden in the yellow night, the single-mooned eve on earth we plight, our faith to one love and one moon adore, the birthplace of young beauty had no more. As sprang that yellow star from downy hours, uprose the maiden from her shrine of flowers, and bent o'er sheeny mountain and dim plain, her way, but left not yet her the reason reign. Part 2. Oh god, this is so long. It's so long. It's such a long poem. High on the mountain of enameled head, such as the drowsy shepherd on his bed, of giant pasturage lying at his ease, raising his heavy eyelid, starts and sees, with many a muttered hope to be forgiven, what time the moon is quadrated in heaven. What time the moon is quadrated in heaven. That's such a strange word to use. Edgar. Edgar Porqué? Why? Love him. I love him. Hi, hot dog. Welcome in. I'm in the middle of reading Al Araf, and thank you for the lurk. Of rosy head that towering far away into the sunlit ether caught the ray of sunken suns at eve at noon of night, while the moon danced with the fair stranger light. Upreared upon such height arose a pile of gorgeous columns on the unburthened air, flashing from Parian marble that twin smile, far down upon the wave that sparkled there, and nestled the young mountain in its lair. I'm getting sleepy. So comfy. I'm feeling so comfy. Of molten stars their pavement, such as fall through the ebon air, silvering the pall of their own dissolution while they die, adorning then the dwellings of the sky. A dome by linked light from heaven let down sat gently on these columns as a crown. A window of one circular diamond there looked out above into the purple air, and rays from God shot down that meteor chain, and hallowed all the beauty twice again, save when between the Empyrean and that ring some eager spirit flapped his dusky wing. But on the pillars seraph eyes have seen the dimness of this world, that grayish green, that nature loves the best for beauty's grave, lurked in each cornice, round each architrave, and every sculptured cherub thereabout, that from his marble dwelling peered out, seemed earthly in the shadow of his niche. Achaean statues in a world so rich. Breezes of Tadmor, breezes from Tadmor and Persepolis, from Baalbec and the silly clear abyss. O beautiful Gomorrah, O the wave is now upon thee, but too late to save. Sound loves to revel in a summer night. Witness the murmur of the grey twilight that stole upon the ear in Erico of many a wild stargazer long ago, that stealeth ever on the ear of him who, musing, gazeth upon the distance dim, and sees the darkness coming as a cloud, as not its form, its voice, most palpable and loud? But what is this? It cometh and it brings a music with it, 'tis the rush of wings, a pause and then a sweeping, falling strain, and Nisachi is in her halls again. From the wild energy of wanton haste, her cheeks were flushing and her lips apart, and zone that clung around her gentle waist had burst beneath the heaving of her heart. Within the center of that hall to breathe, she paused and panted, Xanthi. Oh wow, I said that a little bit aggressively. Also, thank you so much for the follow, EDJ. She paused and panted, Xanthe, and all beneath, the fairy light that kissed her golden hair, and longed to rest, yet could but sparkle there. Young flowers were whispering in melody to happy flowers that night, and tree to tree, fountains were gushing music as they fell in many a starlit grove or moonlit dell. Yet silence came upon material things, fair flowers, bright waterfalls, and angel wings, and sound alone that from the spirit sprang bore burthen to the charm the maiden sang. Neath blue bell or streamer, or tufted wild spray, that keeps from the dreamer the moonbeam away, bright beings that ponder with half-closing eyes on the stars which your wonder hath drawn from the skies, till they glance through the shade and come down to your brow, like eyes of the maiden who calls on you now. Arise from your dreaming in violet bowers, to duty beseeming these star-litten hours, and shake from your tresses encumbered with dew the breath of those kisses that cumber them too. Oh, how without you, love, could angels be blessed? Those kisses of true love that lulled ye to rest. Up, shake from your wing each hindering thing, the dew of the night, it would weigh down your flight. And true love caresses, oh, leave them apart. They are light on the tresses, but lead on the heart. Ligeia, Ligeia, my beautiful one, whose harshest idea will to melody run. Oh, is it thy will on the breezes to toss, or capriciously still, like the lone albatross, incumbent on night, as she on the air, to keep watch with delight on the harmony there? Ligeia, whatever thy image may be, no magic shall sever thy music from thee. Thou hast bound many eyes in a dreamy sleep, but the strains still arise, which thy vigilance keep. The sound of the rain, which leaps down to the flower and dances again. In the rhythm of the shower, the murmur that springs, the growing of grass, are the music of things. But are modeled, alas. Away, then, my dearest, oh, hie thee away. to springs that lie clearest beneath the moon ray, to lone lake that smiles in its dream of deep rest at the many star isles that enjewel its breast. We're going to take another second while there's an ad break. This is actually a very good way of measuring when I should take a sip of a drink. Is that an EDJ or an EDI? I can't tell. I'm actually very much enjoying this, by the way. It's I don't know, it's fun for me. I hope that I don't need to add a tag for ASMR because I believe that simply streaming in ASMR is it counts, right? Nice big stretch. Nice little sip of some tea. And we can continue reading. That enjewel its breast, where wild flowers creeping have mingled their shade, on its margin is sleeping full many a maid. Some have left the cool glade, and have slept with the bee. Arouse them, thy maiden, on moorland and lea. Go, breathe on their slumber, all softly in ear, the musical number they slumbered to hear. For what can awaken an angel so soon, whose sleep hath been taken beneath the cold moon, as the spell which no slumber of witchery may test, the rhythmical number which lulled him to rest. Spirits in wing and angels to the view, 1,000 seraphs burst the empyrean through. Young dreams still hovering on their drowsy flight, seraphs in all but knowledge the keen light that fell refracted through thy bounds afar, O death from eye of God upon that star. Sweet was that error, sweeter still that death. Sweet was that error, even with us the breath of science dims the mirror of our joy. To them 'twere the simoom and would destroy. For what to them availeth it to know that truth is falsehood, or that bliss is woe? Sweet was their death, with them to die was rife, with the last ecstasy to satiate life. Beyond that death no immortality, but sleep that pondereth and is not to be. And there, oh, may my weary spirit dwell, apart from heaven's eternity, and yet how far from hell. What guilty spirit, in what shrubbery dim, heard not the stirring summons of that hymn? But to they fell, for heaven no grace imparts to those who hear not for their beating hearts. A maiden angel and her seraph lover, oh, where, and ye may seek the wide skies over, was love the blind near sober duty known? Unguided love hath fallen mid tears of perfect moan. He was a goodly spirit, he who fell, a wanderer by mossy mantled well. Thank you. I will take a quick sip of my tea, and thank you for the head pats. I know it's broken right now, but I appreciate it nonetheless, okay? I promise I will fix it, soon. I'll fix it for this model as well. I'll start at the top. He was a goodly spirit, he who fell, a wanderer by mossy mantled well. a gazer on the lights that shine above, a dreamer in the moonbeam by his love. What wonder, for each star is I like there, and looks so sweetly down on beauty's hair. Know what that means? What is cozy? Or are you trying to lurk? Anyway, you can also suggest a thing for a cozy command. Feel free to let me know if you want something done. And they, and every mossy spring were holy to his love-haunted heart and melancholy. The night had found to him a night of woe. Upon a mountain crag young Angelo, beetling it bends athwart the solemn sky, and scowls on starry worlds that down beneath it lie. Here sate he with his love, his dark eye bent, with eagle gaze along the firmament. Now turned it upon her, but ever then it trembled to the orb of earth again. Iante, dearest, see, how dim that ray, how lovely 'tis to look so far away. She seemed not thus upon that autumn eve. I left her gorgeous halls, nor mourned to leave. That eve, I should remember well. The sun ray dropped in Lemnos with a spell on the arabesque carving of a gilded hall, wherein I sate, and on the draperied wall, and on my eyelids, oh the heavy light, how drowsily it weighed them into night. On flowers before, in mist and love they ran, with Persian Sadi in his Gulistan. But oh that light I slumbered, death the while stole o'er my senses in that lovely isle, so softly that no single silken hair awoke that slept, or knew that it was there. The last spot of earth's orb I trod upon was a proud temple called the Parthenon. More beauty clung around her columned wall than even thy glowing bosom beats withal. And when old time my wing did disenthrall, thence sprang I as the eagle from his tower, and years I left behind me in an hour. What time upon her airy bounds I hung, one half the garden of her globe was flung, unrolling as a chart unto my view, tenantless cities of the desert too. Ianthe, beauty crowded on me then, and half I wished to be again of men. My Angelo, and why of them to be? A brighter dwelling place is here for thee, and greener fields than in yon world above, and woman's loveliness and passionate love. But list, Ianthe, when the air so soft failed as my personal pennant spirit leapt aloft, perhaps my brain grew dizzy, but the world I left so late into chaos hurled, sprang from her station on the winds apart, and rolled a flame the fiery heaven athwart. Methought, my sweet one, when I ceased to soar, and fell not swiftly as I rose before. But with a downward tremulous motion threw light brazen rays this golden star unto not long the measure of my falling hours, for nearest of all stars was thine to ours, dread star that came amid a night of mirth, a red Daedalon on the timid earth. We came into thy earth, but not to us. Be given Our Lady's bidding to discuss. We came, my love, around, above, below, gay firefly of the night we come and go, nor ask a reason save the angel nod she grants to us as granted by her God. But Angelo, and thine grey time unfurled. Never his fairy wing, or fairer world. Dim was its little dusk, and angel eyes alone could see the phantom in the skies. When first Al Araf knew her course to be headlong thitherward o'er the starry sea, but when its glory swelled upon the sky, as glowing beauties bust beneath man's eye, we paused before the heritage of men, and thy star trembled as doth beauty then. Thus in discourse the lovers whiled away the night that waned and brought no day. They fell, for heaven to them no hope imparts, who hear not for the beating of their hearts. And that was the very long but very lovely Al Araf. I'm going to take another little sip of my tea, and we're going to enjoy a nice relaxing time. There's no rush to move forward or back or anywhere. We're just having a lovely time together. I hope you're all having a good time thus far. I am, of course, trying to keep it entertaining while also reading some really awesome poems. They're really wonderfully done. Everyone focuses so heavily on The Raven, Annabel Lee, The Pit and the Pendulum, Mask of the Red Death, Cask of Amontillado, but he has so many wonderful poems. Like, really. Aw, thank you, Nude Hot Dog. I am planning on doing this every Tuesday until D&D starts again, and then it'll be every other Tuesday. I hope you're enjoying so far. Sorry, I'm putting on chapstick. I hope the voice I'm doing is good enough. I'm trying to have it really be genuinely my voice, but also a gentle, soft, and a little bit I don't want to say sexy, but I'm kind of trying to be trying to be a little bit appealing or alluring. We'll call it alluring. Okay. The next poem will be called Romance, and I wonder what this one is going to be like. Also, is the little fire crackling too loud? I tried to turn it down and have it be a bit more subtle. Uh, am I overacting? I'm not over. I don't feel like I'm overacting. I feel like I'm being very genuine with my voice. Like I said, I'm trying to balance it. Oh boy. The romance was first published as the preface to Al Araf, Tamerlane, and Minor Poems. And there was an expanded version that appeared as an introduction to poems. No worries, hot dog. I think you meant like overthink or worry too much. I don't know. But we are reading romance next, and I'm going to. It's a very short one. It's quite short. So we are possibly. We're two poems away from Lenore. Or three? I think we're 3 poems. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's coming up soon. It's very soon coming up. First, we're going to read Romance. Romance, who loves to nod and sing, with drowsy head and folded wing, among the green leaves as they shake, far down within some shadowy lake, to me a painted paraquet, hath been a most familiar bird, taught me my alphabet to say, to lisp my very earliest word. Oh, I feel for that. While in the wild wood I did lie, a child with a most knowing eye, of late eternal condor years, so shake the very heaven on high, with tumult as they thunder by. I have no time for idle cares, through gazing on the unquiet sky. And when an hour with calmer wings its down upon thy spirit flings, that little time with lyre and rhyme, to while away forbidden things, my heart would feel to be a crime, unless it trembled with the strings. That was Romance. Short but sweet. So comfy. I'm so cozy right now. The next is Sonnet. Is it To Science or Go Science? I don't know. Let me see. I don't know. It doesn't say. It first appeared without a title in Al Araf, Tamerlane, and Minor Poems. This version was posted in 1845 of the Broadway Journal. Science, true daughter of old time thou art, who alterest all things with thy peering eyes. Why preyest thou upon the poet's heart, vulture whose wings are dull realities? How should he love thee, or how deem thee wise, who wouldst not leave him in this wandering, to seek for treasure in the jeweled skies, albeit he soared with an undaunted wing? Hast thou not dragged Diana from her car, and driven the Hamadryad from the wood, to seek a shelter in some happier star? Hast thou not torn Naiad from her flood, an elfin from the green grass, and from me, the summer dream beneath the tamarind tree? Beneath the tamarind tree. I really fucked that one up. It's. Thank you so much for the follow, little cheetah. This isn't my norm. I usually do chaotic game streams, but I hope you're enjoying yourself, and I hope you're enjoying my reading. I absolutely adore Edgar Allan Poe, and we literally just got to Lenore. I'm about to read it, and I might get choked up. But I'll enjoy it, and I will hopefully get myself calmed down. I'm definitely gonna get choked up. Oh, apparently it had a different title originally. Lenore was first published under the title A Paean in Poems in 1831. Oh my goodness, I can't talk. And then in the January 1836 issue of the Southern Literary Messenger. It got revised extensively numerous times. It appeared with the title Lenore in the February 1843 issue of The Pioneer. Isn't that wild? It started so different and it transformed over time. The And let's get to it. Ah, broken is the golden bowl, the spirit flown forever. Let the bell toll, a saintly soul floats on the Stygian river. And Guy de Vere, hast thou no tear? Weep now or nevermore. Dang it, it literally started an ad right now. Why did it do that? I just started reading it. Okay, well, we'll wait for a moment because this is one I will restart the whole poem. I am going to restart the poem and I will enjoy reading it in its entirety to everyone and not just my subscribers. If you want to subscribe, of course I appreciate it. And I do truly hope that you're all enjoying so far. And again, I also apologize ahead of time if I get a little bit choked up whenever I read stuff that's particularly romantic or sweet. And I believe we are back. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be restarting Lenore because I had some very unfortunate timing there. Oh, ah, broken is the golden bowl, the spirit flown forever. Let the bell toll, a saintly soul floats on the Stygian river. And Guy de Vere, hast thou no tear? Weep now or nevermore. See on yon drear and rigid bier, ah. See on yon drear and rigid bier, low lies thy love, Lenore. Come, let the burial rite be read, the funeral song be sung, an anthem for the queenliest dead that ever died so young. A dirge for her, the doubly dead, in that she died so young. Wretches, ye loved her for her wealth and hated her for her pride, and when she fell in feeble health ye blessed her that she died. How shall the ritual then be read, the requiem how be sung? By you, by yours, the evil eye, by yours the slanderous tongue, that did to death the innocent that died, and died so young. Hecavimus, but rave not thus, and let a Sabbath song go up to God so solemnly the dead may feel so wrong. The sweet Lenore hath gone before with hope that flew beside, leaving thee wild for dear child that should have been thy bride. For her, the fair and debonair, that now so lowly lies, the life upon her yellow hair, but not within her eyes. The life still there upon her hair, the death upon her eyes. Avaunt tonight, my heart is light, no dirge will I appraise, but waft the angel on her flight with a paean of old days. Let no bell toll, lest her sweet soul, amid its hallowed mirth, should catch the note as it doth float up from the damned earth. To friends above, from fiends below, the indignant ghost is riven from hell unto a high estate far up within the heaven, from grief and groan to a golden throne beside the King of Heaven. I love Lenore because it feels like such an angry poem, and it really gets the anger stage of grief, you know? Like, genuinely, like, it's like, how dare you claim to grieve over her, and how dare any of you pretend all of this stuff? It's not fair. The world isn't fair. She was so young and so beautiful. Although apparently she had a pride issue. I'm not a fan of prideful people either, so maybe I wouldn't have liked her. Who knows? The next poem we're going to be reading is The Sleeper. It was first published with the title Irene in Poems of 1831. It was revised and published again in the Southern Literary Messenger, May 1836. Oh, so comfy. I want to be on just the comfiest chair with a blanket. I do have my cup of tea, so that should make up for it. At midnight in the month of June, I stand beneath the mystic moon. An opiate vapor, dewy, dim, exhales from her golden rim, and softly dripping drop by drop upon the quiet mountain top, steals drowsily and musically into the universal valley. The rosemary nods upon the grave, the lily lolls upon the wave, wrapping the fog about its breast. The ruin moulders into rest. Looking like Lethe, see the lake, a conscious slumber seems to take, and would not for the world awake. All beauty sleeps, and lo, where lies her casement open to the skies, Irene with her destinies. O lady bright, can it be right, this window open to the night? The wanton airs from the tree top laughingly through the lattice drop. The bodiless airs a wizard rout, lit through my chamber in and out, and wave the curtain canopy, so fitfully, so fearfully, above the closed and fringed lid, 'neath which thy slumbering soul lies hid, that o'er the floor and down the wall, like ghosts the shadows rise and fall. O lady dear, hast thou no fear? Why and what art thou dreaming here? Sure, thou art come o'er far off seas, a wonder to these garden trees. Strange is thy pallor, strange thy dress, strange above all thy length of tress. In this all solemn silentness the lady sleeps. Oh, may her sleep, which is enduring, so be deep. Heaven have her in its sacred keep. This chamber changed for one more holy, this bed for one more melancholy. I pray to God that she may lie forever with unopened eye, while the dim-sheeted ghosts go by. My love, she sleeps. Oh, may her sleep, as it is lasting, so be deep. Soft may the worms about her creep, far in the forest, dim and old. For her some tall vault unfold. For her may some tall vault unfold. Some vault that oft hath flung its black and winged panels fluttering back, triumphant o'er the crested palls of her grand family funerals. Some sepulchre remote, alone, again whose portals she hath thrown in childhood many an idle stone. Some tomb from out whose sounding door she ne'er shall force an echo more. Thrilling to think, poor child of sin, it was the dead who groaned within. Damn, that was actually really rad. Like, it starts out and you think it's like a Sleeping Beauty thing, but then it's actually a woman in a tomb, essentially. That's rad. I think that's my favorite one so far. Fuck Lenore. That one was, ooh, I like it. Okay. The next poem is quite short. It is To Helen. It was first published in Poems, 1831, and it was reprinted in Southern Literary Messenger in 1836. It was also revised in 1845, but that's fine. Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Nicaean barks of yore, that gently o'er a perfumed sea the weary, way-worn wanderer bore to his own native shore, on desperate seas long wont to roam. Thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, thy Naiad airs have brought me home to the glory that was Greece, and the grandeur that was Rome. Lo, in yon brilliant window niche, how statue-like I see thee stand, the agate lamp within my hand. Ah, Psyche, from the regions within our holy land. Strange. That's a strange little tiny poem that he posted. I mean, I suppose he wanted to have a few options for what he could have. Oh, the next one is Atlantis-ish in theme. Wrote so many poems, dang. I wanted his completed works, so I I got it. I think I got it. I think I got his completed works. Oh, it doesn't even finish with the Raven. Sorry, I'm peeking ahead. Peeking ahead. There are so many poems. He really liked poems. Okay. There are 98 pages of poems. We are on page 59. Damn, why couldn't I have checked 10 pages later? Oh well, what are we gonna do? The next poem is The City in the Sea. It was first published in Poems, 1831, titled The Doomed City. It was revised to The City of Sin. Wow, this one has had, I think, 3 different names. That is so strange. It's so strange that he changed the names of his poems so often. Or was it other people that changed the names of his poems? That's the real question. Big stretch. Let's read The City in the Sea, otherwise known as the Doomed City or the City of Sin. Lo, death has reared himself a throne in a strange city lying alone, far down within the dim west, where the good and the bad and the worst and the best have gone to their eternal rest, where their shrines and palaces and towers, time-eaten towers that tremble not, resemble nothing that is ours. Around, by lifting winds forgot, resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. No rays from the holy heaven come down on the long night time of that town, but light from out the lurid sea streams up the turrets silently, gleams up the pinnacles far and free, up domes, up spires, up kingly halls, up fanes, up Babylon-like walls, up shadowy long-forgotten bowers of sculptured ivy and stone flowers, up many and many a marvelous shrine, whose wreathed friezes intertwine. The viol, the violet, and the vine, resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. So blend the turrets and shadows there, that all seem pendulous in air, while from a proud tower in the town death looks gigantically down. There open fanes and gaping graves yawn level with the luminous waves, but not the riches there that lie in each idol's diamond eye, not the guilty jewel, no, Not the gaily jeweled dead tempt the waters from their bed, for no ripples curl, alas, along that wilderness of glass. Ah, no swellings tell that winds may be upon some far off happier sea, no heavings hint that winds have been on seas less hideously serene. But lo, a stir is in the air, the wave, there is a moment there, as if the towers had thrown aside, in slightly sinking, the dull tide, as if their tops had feebly given a void within the filmy heaven. The waves have now a redder glow, the hours are breathing faint and low, and when, amid no earthly moans, down, down that town shall settle hence, hell, rising from 1,000 thrones, shall do it reverence. I like that one. That one's very nice. Very nice, actually. The next one we will read is The Valley of Unrest. It's a bit short again, but was first published as The Valley of Ni or Nis. Ni? Nis? I don't know, because it's not used in any of the rhymes. It also appeared under the title of Valley of Unrest in 1845. Interesting. Once it smiled a silent dell, where the people did not dwell. They had gone unto the wars, trusting to the mild-eyed stars, nightly from their azure towers, to keep watch above the flowers, in the midst of which all day the red sunlight lazily lay. Sunlight, sunlight. I'm gonna start over. I'm bad. The Valley of Unrest. Once it smiled a silent dell, where the people did not dwell. They had gone unto the wars, trusting to the mild-eyed stars, nightly from their azure towers, to keep watch above the flowers, in the midst of which all day the red sunlight lazily lay. Now each visitor shall confess the sad valley's restlessness. Nothing there is motionless, nothing save the airs that brood over the magic solitude. Ah, by no wind are stirred those trees that palpitate like the chill seas around the misty Hebrides. Ah, by no wind those clouds are driven that rustle through the unquiet heaven uneasily from morn till even over the violets there that lie in myriad types of the human eye, over the lilies there that wave and weep above a nameless grave. They wave from out their fragrant tops, eternal dews come down in drops. They weep from off their delicate stems, perennial tears descend in gems. Ah, I don't know why that one was so sweet. I don't know why I liked it. Why did I like it? I have no idea why I liked it. And another sip. Gotta stay hydrated. I'm finding especially during these streams. I think this one is named Him. It was first published in Poe's tale Morella in 1835, and then it was published as Catholic Hymn in the Broadway Journal, and then it was updated further. At morn, at noon, at twilight dim, Maria, thou hast heard my hymn, in joy and woe, in good and ill. Mother of God, be with me still. When the hours flew brightly by, and not a cloud obscured the sky, my soul, lest it should truant be, thy grace did guide to thine and thee. Now, when storms of fate o'ercast, darkly my present and my past, let my future radiant shine, with sweet hopes of thee and thine. And we're in an ad. I am sorry if you wanted to hear that poem. I will be uploading this VOD to YouTube as well at a later time. For now, I will take a moment and go to the restroom and everything really fast. I have 20 seconds. I'm sure I can do something quickly. Alright, I've returned. And we will continue to read. The next one is called Bridal Ballad. It was originally published as a ballad in 1837. This version was printed in 1845. Deep breath. The ring is on my hand, and the wreath is on my brow. Satins and jewels grand are all at my command, and I am happy now. And my lord he loves me well, but when first he breathed his vow, I felt my bosom swell, for the words rang as a knell, and the voice seemed his who fell in the battle down the dell, and who is happy now. But he spoke to reassure me, and kissed my pallid brow, while a reverie came o'er me, and to the churchyard bore me, and I sighed to him before me, thinking him dead, allure me. Oh, I am happy now. And thus the words were spoken, and this the plighted vow. And though my faith be broken, and though my heart be broken, behold the golden token that proves me happy now. Would God I could awoken, for I dream I know not how, and my soul is sorely shaken, lest an evil step be taken, lest the dead who is forsaken may not be happy now. That one was a little bit stranger. Was it cold feet, or did she just kind of discover that she didn't want to marry him? I wonder. I wonder which one it is. Something to contemplate, at the very least. Now, the next one we're reading is Sonnet Silence. It was first published in 1840. That last one was Bridal Ballad. It was a bit strange. I liked it, but you know. This next one is Sonnet Silence. Oh. There are some qualities, some incorporate things, that have a double life, which thus is made. A type of that twin entity springs from matter and light, evinced in solid and in shade. There is a twofold silence, sea and shore, body and soul. One dwells in lonely places, newly with grass o'ergrown, some solemn graces, some human memories and tearful lore render him terrorless, his name's no more. He is the corporate silence, dread him not, for power hath he of evil in himself. But should some urgent fate, untimely lot, bring thee to meet his shadow, nameless elf, that haunteth the lone regions, where hath trod no foot of man, commend thyself to God. Oh, that one was a very short one. I thought I was going to be reading more. I'm sorry. My inflection implied that we would continue reading. I am sorry. However, I stumbled into The Raven, and The Raven is on page 69, which I find hilarious. It is by far the most popular poem of his. But I kind of like The Sleeper more. That one, I don't know, I love it. One of the most prominent poems ever written. Yeah, obviously. It was first written in 1845, and it was an instant success, and I think it's what pushed him into fame. Like, he had already posted quite like, I think this is in chronological order, at least, like, it'll be poems in chronological order, and then tales in chronological order, and then so on and so forth. I'm the most nervous to read this one and a couple of other ones. Of course, this one is obviously a classic. It's very well written and it's very well timed. I'm gonna take an extra drink of liquid. I like to think that I'm helping people find more poems by Poe and more of his actual work, because a lot of people apparently have really only heard like 5 things from him, but I'm finding that there are a lot of very good things done by him. Okay. I might do this one the best, I might do this one the worst, because I'm a little bit nervous. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as someone gently rapping. No, fuck. I'm gonna start again. I fucked it up too bad. It's right in the beginning. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door." This it is, and nothing more. Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. Sir, said I, or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping, tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming, dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon I heard again a tapping somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not an instant stopped or stayed he, but with mine of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird, beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave stern decorum of the countenance it wore, though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, are sure no craven. Ghastly grim, an ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore, tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door, then upon velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining, with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by angels whose faint footfall tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite, respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff, this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if, within the distant Aidenn, it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him, streaming, throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out the shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Damn. You always forget how actually long it is. Most people, I think, read a abridged version or a smaller version. But there is a sense of, you know, you don't really know what's being said. You don't really know what. I mean, you know what's being said. There's just a lot of implications you have to make and a lot of inferences. It's so pretty, though. uh, I am a sucker for iambic pentameter, and Edgar Allan Poe is like the quintessential iambic pentameter guy. And of course, everyone recognizes that one. Like, that one is very easily recognizable. Oh, this one is. So this one is Eulalie. I think that's Eulalie? Eulalie. Eulalie? I don't know. Yeah, Eulalie. 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 Eulogy. Eulalie. Eulalie, a song. It was first printed in the American Review, a Whig journal, in 1845. I dwelt alone in a world of moan, and my soul was a stagnant tide, till the fair and gentle Eulalie became my blushing bride, till the yellow-haired young Eulalie became my smiling bride. Ah, less bright the stars of the night than the eyes of the radiant girl, and never a flake that the vapor can make with the moon tints of purple and pearl can vie with the modest Eulalie's most unregarded curl. And we have to wait for the ads to be done. I hate that they pop up at the worst of times. At the worst of times. It's so mean. So mean. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves. I'm going to take a little stretch. And I'm going to breathe. Because on occasion, I'll talk just a little bit too much and I won't remember to breathe. My flesh body has lung issues, so I had to take the inhaler before this stream, which might have been why I was trembling in the beginning. I'll start again because the ad broke up the poem. Eulalie, a song. I dwelt alone in a world of moan, and my soul was a stagnant tide, till the fair and gentle Eulalie became my blushing bride, till the yellow-haired young Eulalie became my smiling bride. Ah, less bright the stars of the night than the eyes of the radiant girl, and never a flake that the vapor can make with the moon tints of purple and pearl can vie with the modest Eulalie's most unregarded curl, can compare with the bright-eyed Eulalie's most humble and careless curl. Now doubt, now pain, come never again, for her soul gives me sigh for sigh, while all day long shines bright and strong Astarte within the sky. And ever to hear dear Eulalie upturns her matron eye, and ever to her young Eulalie upturns her violet eye. Pretty, very simple and pretty. Next is A Valentine. It was first published as To Her Whose Name is Written Below in the Evening Mirror in 1846. It's an acrostic, apparently. Strange. Huh. So an acrostic taking the first letter of the first line, the second letter of the second line, and so on, we get the name Francis Sargent Osgood, to whom the poem is dedicated. It was revised and published in the Sartans Union magazine with the title A Valentine. Aw, that's very sweet. God, poets. Poets do some fucking crazy shit. Okay, so. Oh, okay. That's funny. So, at a Valentine soiree in New York, the following enigmatical lines were received, among others, and read aloud to the company. The verses were enclosed in an envelope addressed to her whose name is written within. As no lady present could so read the riddle as to find her name written in it, the Valentine remained, and still remains unclaimed. Can any of the readers of the flag discover for whom it was intended? That's very funny. So he basically wrote a poem, put the poem in an envelope as like a mystery. And no one ever claimed it. That's very sad. He clearly was into this person, or he was just trolling. You can never tell sometimes with poets. You never know if they're trolling or not. For her these lines are penned, whose luminous eyes, brightly expressive as the twins of Leda, shall find her own sweet name that nestling lies upon the page enwrapped from every reader. Search narrowly this rhyme which holds a treasure divine, a talisman, an amulet that must be worn at heart. Search well the measure, the words, the letters themselves. Do not forget the trivialest point, or you may lose your labor. And yet there is in this no Gordian knot which one might undo without a saber. If one could merely understand the plot, and written upon this page whereon are peering such eager eyes there lies, I say, Perdue, a well-known name, oft uttered in the hearing of poets by poets, as the name is a poet's too. Its letters, although naturally lying, like the Knight Pinto Mendez Ferdinando thing, still form a synonym for truth. Cease trying. You will not read the riddle, though you do the best you can do. Should there be no solution furnished of the above, we will give the key next week. It's so silly. That is so silly. Just a game. It's just a game. Silly, 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 silly. What is with him and using weird names? Oolaloom, a ballad. It was first published anonymously in 1847 of the American Whig Review. Uh-huh. So this is the newspapers have excerpts in all of these now, I think. That's funny. That's very funny. I'll just get to the ballad and I'm not gonna read the newspaper things. The skies they were ashen and sober, the leaves they were crisped and sere, the leaves they were withering and sere. It was night in the lonesome October of my most immemorial year. It was hard by the dim lake of Auber, in the misty region of Weir. It was down by the dank tarn of Auber, in the ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir. Here once, through an alley titanic, of Cyprus I roamed with my soul, of Cyprus with Psyche my soul. These were days when my heart was volcanic, as the scoriac rivers that roll, as the lavas that restlessly roll, as the lavas that restlessly roll their sulphurous currents down Yaanek, in the ultimate climes of the pole, that groan as they roll down Mount Yaanek, in the realms of the boreal pole. Our talk had been serious and sober, but our thoughts, they were pleased and sere. No, palsied. Just making up words over here. Our talk had been serious and sober, but our thoughts, they were palsied and sere. Our memories were treacherous and sere. For we know not the month was October, and we marked not the night of the year. Ah, night of all nights in the year. We noted not the dim lake of Auber, though once we had journeyed down here. We remembered not the dank tarn of Auber, nor the ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir. And now, as the night was senescent, and star dials pointed to morn, as the star dials hinted of morn, at the end of our path, a liquescent and nebulous luster was born, out of which a miraculous crescent arose with a duplicate horn, Astarte's bediamonded crescent, distinct with its duplicate horn. And I said, she is warmer than Dion. She rolls through an ether of sighs. She revels in a region of sighs. She has seen that the tears are not dry on these cheeks where the worm never dies, and has come past the stars of the lion to point us the path to the skies, to the Lethian peace of the skies, come up in despite of the lion, to shine on us with her bright eyes, come up through the lair of the lion, with love in her luminous eyes. But Psyche, uplifting her finger, said sadly, this star I mistrust, her pallor I strangely mistrust. O hasten, O let us not linger, O fly, let us fly, for we must. In terror she spoke, letting sink her wings till they trailed in the dust. In agony sobbed, letting sink her plumes till they trailed in the dust, till they sorrowfully trailed in the dust. I replied, this is nothing but dreaming. Let us on by this tremulous light. Let us bathe in this crystalline light. Its Sibyllic splendor is beaming with hope and in beauty tonight. See, it flickers up the sky through the night. Ah, we safely may trust to its gleaming, and be sure it will lead us aright. We safely may trust to a gleaming that cannot but guide us aright, since it flickers up to heaven through the night. Thus I pacified Psyche and kissed her, and tempted her out of her gloom, and conquered her scruples and gloom, and we passed to the end of the vista, and were stopped by the door of a tomb. By the door of a legended tomb. And I said, what is written, sweet sister, on the door of this legended tomb? She replied, Ulalume, Ulalume, 'tis the vault of thy lost Ulalume. Then my heart it grew ashen and sober, as the leaves that crisped, and as the then my heart it grew ashen and sober, as the leaves that were crisped and sere, as the leaves that were withering and sere. And I cried, it was surely October, on this very night of last year, that I journeyed down here, that I brought a dread burden down here, on this night of all nights in the year. Oh, what demon has tempted me here? Well I know now this dim lake of Auber, this misty mid-region of Wear. Well I know now this dank tarn of Auber, in the ghoul-haunted woodland of Wear. Said we then, the two, then, ah, can it have been the woodlandish ghouls, the pitiful, the merciful ghouls, to bar up our way and to ban it from the secret that lies in these wolds, from the thing that lies hidden in these wolds, had drawn up a spectre of a planet from the limbo of lunary souls, the sinfully scintillant planet from the hell of the planetary souls. Interesting. That one was interesting. Fascinating, fascinating. I actually love this so much. I love it so much. It's such fun. Literally so much fun. Nice stretch. Deep breath. I don't think I'm gonna be doing too well. I don't know. Everyone rate my performance after after the stream. I'm kidding. Don't do it. I'll get sad if you say anything mean about it. Okay. We have approximately 1 hour before I will take a break and then return reinvigorated. For now, we're going to move on to A Dream Within a Dream. And it was first published in The Flag of Our Union in 1849. Nice sip of water. I ran out of tea. I would love to drink more tea right now, but it would take about 3 or 4 minutes to make it. So, I'm gonna wait until the little break before I make it. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus much let me avow, you are not wrong who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet if hope has flown away in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep. While I weep, O God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? O God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Oh, fuck, I love that one so much. Oh, I love that one. I'm gonna clip that one. I'm sorry. I really like that one. It's just like the impermanence of everything. Ah. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Sorry. That was really good though. That was a really good one. I like that one a lot. That was really awesome. Just talking about trying to hold on to things tighter. Just sorry, I'm fangirling. I'm fangirling. It was a really good poem. It was short, but it was perfect. Am I allowed to fangirl during ASMR? I feel like I should be allowed to fangirl during ASMR, right? Right? Uh, okay. Oh, I have coffee grounds in my mouth. I took a sip of my cold brew, and there's a little bit of coffee grounds in the bottom. How unfortunate. Okay, I'm done with the cold brew. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so here's a little fun fact. The next poem we're reading is El Dorado. It's one of Poe's last poems, and it was partially a reaction to the California Gold Rush. And it was posted in 1849. That's wild. Deep breath. Gaily bedight, a gallant knight, in sunshine and in shadow, had journeyed long, singing a song in search of El Dorado. But he grew old, this knight so bold, and o'er his heart a shadow fell as he found no spot on of ground that looked like Eldorado. And as his strength failed him at length, he met a pilgrim shadow. Shadow, said he, where can it be, this land of Eldorado? Over the mountains, God damn it, of the moon, down the valley of shadow, ride boldly, ride. The shade replied, if you seek for Eldorado. Okay, so I know that we moved into an ad in the middle of that, so hopefully it won't be too annoying. I really liked A Dream Within a Dream. That was really sweet. Thank you for the hydrate, Nude Hot Dog. I get a little bit more comfy. Nice deep breath. The next one is going to be For Annie. It was written for Miss Nancy Richmond, with whom Poe shared a platonic relationship. Interesting. Is Annie short for Nancy? Is wait a second. Is Annie short for Nancy? Is that a different version of Nancy? Is it like Will and Bill and William? Maybe? I don't know. Thank heaven, the crisis, the danger is past, and the lingering illness is over at last, and the fever called living is conquered at last. Sadly, I know I am shorn of my strength, and no muscle I move, as I lie at full length, but no matter, I feel I am better at length. And I rest so composedly now in my bed, then that any beholder might fancy me dead, might start at beholding me, thinking me dead. The moaning and groaning, the sighing and sobbing, are quieted now, with that horrible throbbing, that heart, that horrible, horrible throbbing. The sickness, the nausea, the pitiless pain, have ceased with the fever that maddened my brain, with the fever called living that burned in my brain. And oh, of all tortures, that torture the worst, has abated the terrible torture of thirst. The naphthaline river of passion accursed, I have drank of a water that quenches all thirst, of a water that flows with a lullaby sound from a spring but a very few feet under the ground, from a cavern not very far down underground. And let it never be foolishly said that my room it is gloomy and narrow my bed, for man never slept in a different bed, and to sleep you must slumber in such a bed. My tantalized spirit here blandly reposes, forgetting or never regretting its roses, its old agitations of myrtles and roses. For now, while so quietly lying it fancies a holier odor about it of pansies, a rosemary odor mingled with pansies, with rue and the beautiful Puritan pansies. And so it lies happily, bathing in many a dream of the truth and the beauty of Annie, drowned in a bath of the tresses of Annie. She tenderly kissed me, she fondly caressed, and then I fell gently to sleep on her breast, deeply to sleep from the heaven of her breast. When the light was extinguished, she covered me warm, and she prayed to the angels to keep me from harm, to the Queen of the Angels to shield me from harm, and I lie so composedly now in my bed, knowing her love that you fancy me dead, and I rest so contently now in my bed, with her love at my breast, that you fancy me dead, that you shudder to look at me, thinking me dead. But my heart it is brighter than all of the many stars in this sky, for it sparkles with Annie. It glows with the light of the love of my Annie, with the thought of the light of the eyes of my Annie. Mm, that one hit. That one hit hard. Why did that one get me? Like, it sounded romantic, but at the same time, it sounded like he felt so blessed to have this person in his life. Uh, whew, I need to take a second after that one. I don't know why that one hit my heart so deeply. Like, if I was his friend, Nancy, I would have been bawling reading that. I would have cried so many happy tears. It was like, I don't know. That just that was a lot. And of course, the next one is Annabelle Lee, which I'm also gonna get all choked up over. God damn it. Deep breath, deep breath. Sorry, am I the only one that thought that one was very sweet? Nude hot dog, you thought that one was sweet too, right? like, like really sweet. Thank you for the stretch. I don't know, that's just like, it just seemed so genuine. So genuine. And the fact that he was writing that about a platonic friendship, that was. Uh, more people need to value platonic friendships. God, I am a nerd, huh? I'm such a softie. I'm like the softest little baby. Just so delicate in the heart. See, this is the problem with me doing these reading streams, is that I'm going to get emotional when I read things that strike a chord with me. uh, I really think more people should appreciate more of what Poe wrote, because he was overall very good. It wasn't just like the one off or two off or three off of The Raven and all those other ones. Like, genuinely, he was really good. And he really could convey certain emotions amazingly. Beauty and melancholy. Love the combination. It's genuinely inspiring to read his work. Anyway, sorry. I'm a little bit scared to read Annabelle Lee because I feel like I'm going to actually cry. And that's gonna be embarrassing. Because, weakness, vulnerability. uh, I know. Like, he really just hits you, like, right in the heart, right in the feels. Maybe I should start a fundraiser for getting a Poe inspired Raven tattoo. Maybe, maybe incorporate like little details from all of my favorites of his. Maybe. But then everyone will know how to find my flesh body. If anyone ever stumbles upon it and sees the tattoo. Sorry. So, Jesus. Okay. The next one we're going to be reading is Annabel Lee, and it's going to probably make me cry because it's one, the last complete poem he released, and two, it's considered the most poetical. It's talking about love, envy, and the death of a beautiful woman. Like like I read in that excerpt earlier on. It yeah, except it's good. It's good. It's very good. And this is the original version that was released in 1849. It was released as a part of Griswold's, yeah, obituary of Poe. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought until no, no, I can't already be falling apart. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick walk around, try to get my head on straight. I need to I need to be able to actually read the full poem, huh? I'll be right back. Okay. uh, I'm going to do this. I promise I can do this. Uh, I don't think it would be a good idea to just read while crying. I think I wouldn't. I don't think I. Uh, the problem is, right? I am a hopeless romantic. I once went to a stranger's wedding. I was invited by a mutual friend. I went to a stranger's wedding and I was actively bawling. Like weeping with joy. Hopeless romantics. What can you do with them? I didn't even know the people. I didn't know the people, but I was so happy for love that I cried like a baby. I cried like a baby. And I feel like that makes me a bit of a loser, bit of a nerd, bit weird. Okay. I can do it. I can do it. Do you believe in me, Chad? I hope you believe in me because This is going to be a struggle. Okay. Okay, I can do this. Deep breath, deep breath. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to be loved and than to love and be loved by me. She was a child, and I was a child, in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love. Thank you for the follow. We loved with a love that was more than love. I and my Annabel Lee. With a love that winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, wind blew out. A wind blew out of a cloud by night. Okay, I'm not stopping. I'm not starting over. It's fine. A wind blew out of a cloud by night, chilling my Annabel Lee. So that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. I can't handle it. It's too sad. Why? Doing this to me. Stop. Stop. Emotions. I can't. I'm sorry. Uh. uh. Okay. I'll try. Hmm. The angels not half so happy in heaven went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea. That the wind came out of the cloud, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. Why is it so sad? Mm. I'm such a weenie. He's so sad. Okay, deep breath, deep breath. Two more paragraphs. I got this. The love it was stronger, by far, than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul. of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And the stars never rise, but I see the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And so, all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre by the sea, in her tomb by the side of the sea. I know, it's an ad. I couldn't stop. So sad. God, that was torture. It's so pretty and sad. I am embarrassed now. Just imagine it though. Imagine how sad that is. Like, I think that young love is like the purest love. At least it was, or it can be. I got through it though, Ray. Ah, my heart. I'm such a weenie. Don't make fun of me. I can't. I could. I'll pout if you make fun of me for this. This one is just. Ah. Uh. Why does it hit me so hard? Uh. The idea of being loved that much, the idea of loving someone that much, and that love being lost, or not even lost, but being taken away. And you continue to love them, but they're gone. Uh, it's really tragic. It's really, really sad. Oh. I know, like, I think that that's a better love story than Romeo and Juliet, and it's like 2 pages of a poem. How could he do this to me? Okay, okay. I'm taking a breath. I'm taking a breath. I'm okay. Oh, why did it make me cry? Like a lot. It made me cry a lot. Man, someone's gonna clip that or make a video out of that, and I'm gonna feel very awkward about it. I'm never gonna want to listen to it ever in my life. Thank you so much for the follow, Bruce. I hope that you weren't there for the just my mind and heart unraveling. Uh okay, okay. Sorry. I'm still recovering. It's done now. It's done. I don't need to read it anymore. It's done and I don't need to read it. I'm good. We're good. Thank you for the headbeds. We're good. Everything's fine. I just needed a second that I told you I'm a hopeless romantic. I can't handle it, man. You can't just throw these things at me. So I start thinking about things. I do dream of getting married one day, by the way. Like, and I will be a mess. If I ever manage to get married, if I ever, like, that's like the end achievement of my life, by the way, because, hopeless romantic. Uh, and I don't know. Marriage to me is like the ultimate sense of belonging. And to belong is like the greatest achievement I can imagine in the world. To genuinely belong. Anyway, I'm going to bawl if I ever do manage to get married, so it'll be very funny for other people. Okay, the next poem I think is incomplete. Is called The Bells, and I will not cry during this one, luckily. Suggesting the bell sounds as being representative of the stages of life from childhood to death. This onomatopoeic poem was published posthumously in November 1849. And I think it was after he died, there were unreleased or unfinished poems that they released. Hear the sledges with the bells, silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells! How they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle in the icy air of night, while the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle with a crystalline delight. Keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme to the oh my god, I need to read this word really fast. Tintinabulation? That's a big word. That's a very big word. To the tintinabulation that so musically wells from the bells, 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 from the jingling and tinkling of the bells. Hear the mellow wedding bells, golden bells. What a world of happiness their harmony foretells. Through the balmy air of night, how they ring out their delight from the molten golden notes. And all in tune, what a liquid ditty floats to the turtle dove that listens while she gloats on the moon. Oh, from out the sounding cells that a gush of euphony voluminously wells, how it swells, how it dwells, how it swells, how it dwells on the future, how it tells of the rapture that impels to the swinging and the ringing of the bells, 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 of the bells, 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 to the rhyming and the chiming of the bells, to the loud alarum bells, brazen bells. What tale of terror now their turbulency tells in the startled ear of night, how they scream out their affright. Too much horrified to speak, they can only shriek, shriek, out of tune, and a clamorous appealing to the mercy of the fire, in a mad expostulation with the deaf and frantic fire, leaping higher, 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 with a desperate desire and a resolute endeavor. Now, now, to sit or never by the side of the pale-faced moon. Oh, the bells, bells, bells! What a tale of terror! What a tale their terror tells of despair! How they clang and clash and roar! What a horror they outpour on the bosom of the palpitating air! Yet the ear it fully knows, by the twanging and the clanging, how the danger ebbs and flows. Yet the ear distinctly tells, in the jangling and the wrangling, how the danger sinks and swells, by the sinking or the swelling in the anger of the bells, of the bells, of the bells, 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 in the clamor and clangor of the bells. You like that word? I don't think I said it right. Tintinabulation? Like Tintin? I don't know. Is it right? Nude, help me. Hot dog, help me. I just want to throw that word at people now and hear them struggle to say it. Hear the tolling of the bells, iron bells. What a world of solemn thought their monody compels. In the silence of night, how we shiver with affright at the melancholy meaning of their tone, for every sound that floats from the rust within their throats is a groan. And the people, ah, the people, that they dwell up in the steeple all alone, and who, tolling, 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 in that muffled monotone, feel a glory in so rolling on the human heart a stone. They are neither man nor woman, they are neither brute nor human, they are ghouls, and their king it is who tolls, and he rolls, 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 a paean from the bells, and his merry bosom swells with the paean of the bells, and he dances and he yells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme, the paean of the bells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme, to the throbbing of the bells, 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 to the sobbing of the bells, keeping time, 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 as he knells, 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 in a happy runic rhyme, to the rolling of the bells, 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 to the tolling of the bells, 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 to the moaning and the groaning of the bells. Hi, Johnny. Thank you for rating. I am going to go on a break in about 15 minutes, but thank you so much. Yeah, so I have my desktop audio. We just got rated by, we have it, I have the desktop audio muted. I just finished The Bells, which is a unfinished poem. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everyone. I think it's going well. You actually rated at the perfect time. I finished reading a poem. Uh, Johnny, if you ever decide to go back and watch the VOD, you will see me absolutely fall apart reading Annabel Lee. And I clipped a poem that I very much liked as well. I legitimately had to stop and start over and pause because I kept just weeping. Uh, let me give you a shout out. We won't be able to hear it, but. Oh, Nude Hot Dog, did you try to send them a clip? I'm sorry. What did you want to send the clip up? What did you want to send a link of? I shouted Johnny out. Yeah, clip is very findable. Did you clip me singing Annabelle? I mean, not singing. Did you clip me reading Annabelle Lee? Because that was horrifying. Oh, yeah, it's in my Discord. Johnny's in my Discord. It's easy to find. Uh, yeah, the clip I clipped. But yeah, I am almost done with the poems from Poe. Thank you, Johnny. Try not to fall asleep. Apparently this stream is very relaxed, and it's very nice to listen to someone gently reading poems by who I think is one of the best poets ever, period. Thank you. We also talked about an idea for a tattoo. A tattoo of course, a raven, but also adding small aspects from the other poems that I like a lot. So, like a raven with some like lilies, maybe purple flowers that have little tears of dew falling off of them, because that seems to be quite the common theme with him, and I actually love it. The next poem we're reading is called Alone. It actually was written by the 20-year-old Poe. The poem is often regarded as autobiographical. It was left untitled by him and it was published after he died in 1875. From childhood's hour I have not been, as others were, I have not seen. As others saw, I could not bring my passions from a common spring. From the same source I have not taken my sorrow, I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone. And all I loved alone. Then, in my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill the mystery which binds me still. From the torrent or the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain, from the sun that around me rolled in its autumn tint of gold, from the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm, and the cloud that took the form, when the rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view. Thank you, Loa, for the hydrate. We just finished all of the poems. Also, Hot Dog, I can link you to this collection if you would like. I love that it has little informational tidbits before each poem, and probably each story too. It also has a lot of his recovered letters that he sent to people, and some of the reviews and essays that he wrote for newspapers, because he was famous and he did write quite a few things. So it could really give you a glimpse into the mind of this man. I can. I will. Let me see. Since we're done with the poems, I'll take just a second to, you know, relax and send you this link really fast. It's also a beautiful book, by the way. It was it's such a good product. Here. I'll send it to you. I wish I had an affiliate link so I could get a little bit of money from suggesting the book. But that's just me always trying to find ways to add an extra benefit to everything. I actually. Hmm, let's see. So we're onto his tales. Post sponsorship when? I mean, he is long dead, unfortunately. I think I'm going to go to the restroom really fast, and then we will come back and read Miss Found in a Bottle. It is his first tale to be published. I'll be right back though. Only be a few seconds, I promise. All right, I'm back, and I will try to read this story, the short story, within 13 minutes. I hope that I don't run out of time during the middle of it, but I will do my best. And we have a minute ad break. It'll be just a moment. And then when I get back, I will do a repost on my Twitter and we will continue reading everything. This book is so pretty. I am so. This is like my most treasured possession right now because it's like got the little indentation on the cover, where they kind of like press the gold, whatever, gold, not plating. It's like it looks goldish. Looks goldish and metallic. Deep breath. All right. We are going to start Miss Found in a Bottle, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to finish it before I have to take my break, but I will do my best. This adventure sea tale, narrated by an unnamed narrator, was the winning entry of a writing contest in the Baltimore Saturday Visitor. It was published in 1833. I don't know what this. I used to know French, but il n'a plus qu'un moment à vivre, n'a plus rien à dissimuler. I don't know what that means, but it is my Kenneth Attis. Of my country and of my family I have little to say. Ill usage and length of years have driven me from the one and estranged me from the other. Hereditary wealth afforded me an education of no common order, and a contemplative turn of mind enabled me to methodize the stores which early study very diligently garnered up. Beyond all things, the study of the German moralists gave me great delight, not from any ill-advised admiration of their eloquent madness, but from the ease with which my habits of rigid thought enabled me to detect their falsities. I have often been reproached with the aridity of my genius. A deficiency of imagination has been imputed to me as a crime, and the Pyrrhonism of my opinions has at all times rendered me notorious. Indeed, a strong relish for physical philosophy has, I fear, tinctured my mind with a very common error of this age. I mean, the habit of referring occurrences, even the least susceptible of such reference, to the principles of that science. Upon the whole, no person could be less liable than myself to be led away from the severe precincts of truth by the ignis fatui of superstition. I have thought proper to premise thus much, lest the incredible tale I have to tell should be considered rather the raving of a crude imagination than the positive experience of a mind to which the reveries of fancy have been a dead letter and a nullity. After many years spent in foreign travel, I sailed in the year 18 from the port of Batavia in the rich and populous island of Java, on a voyage to the archipelago of the Sunda Islands. I went as passenger, having no other inducement, I went as passenger, having no other inducement than a kind of nervous restlessness which haunted me as a fiend. Our vessel was a beautiful ship of about 400 tons, copper fastened and built at Bombay of Malabar teak. She was freighted with cotton wool and oil from the Laccadive Islands. We had also on board coir, jaggery, ghee, cocoa nuts, and a few cases of opium. The stowage was clumsily done, and the vessel consequently crank. We got under way with a mere breath of wind, and for many days stood along the eastern coast of Java, without any other incident to beguile the monotony of our course than the occasional meeting with some of the small grabs of the archipelago to which we were bound. One evening, leaning over the taffrail, I observed a very singular isolated cloud to the northwest. It was remarkable, as well for its color as from its being the first we had seen since our departure from Batavia. I watched it attentively until sunset, when it spread all at once to the eastward and westward, girding the horizon with a narrow strip of vapor, and looking like a long line of low beach. My notice was soon afterward attracted by the dusky red appearance of the moon, and the peculiar character of the sea. The latter was undergoing a rapid change, and the water seemed more than usually transparent, although I could distinctly see the bottom yet. Heaving the lead, I caught and was. No. I skipped a line. Whoopsies, I'm sorry. Okay. Although I could distinctly see the bottom yet, heaving the lead, I found the ship in 15 fathoms. The air now became intolerably hot, and was loaded with spiral exhalations similar to those arising from hot iron? I don't know. As night came on, every breath of wind died away, and a more entire calm it is impossible to conceive. The flame of a candle burned upon the poop without the least perceptible motion, and a long hair, held between the finger and thumb, hung without the possibility of detecting a vibration. However, as the captain said he could perceive no indication of danger, and as we were drifting in bodily to shore, he ordered the sails to be furled, and the anchor let go. No watch was set, and the crew, consisting principally of Malays, stretched themselves deliberately on deck. I went below, not without a full presentiment. I went below, not without a full presentiment of evil. Indeed, every appearance warranted me in apprehending a simoom. I don't know what that means. Hopefully that's not racist. I told the captain my fears, but he paid no attention to what I said, and left me without deigning to give me a reply. My uneasiness, however, prevented me from sleeping, and about midnight I went upon deck. As I placed my foot upon the upper step of the companion ladder, I was startled by a loud humming noise, like that occasioned by the rapid revolution of a mill wheel, and before I could ascertain its meaning, I found the ship quivering to its center. In the next instant, a wilderness of foam hurled us upon our beam ends, and rushing over us fore and aft, swept the entire decks from stem to stern. The extreme fury from the blast proved, in a great measure, the salvation of the ship. Although completely waterlogged, yet, as her masts had gone by the board, she rose, after a minute heavily from the sea, and, staggering a while beneath the immense pressure of the tempest, finally righted. By what miracle I escaped destruction, it is impossible to say. Stunned by the shock of the water, I found myself, upon recovery, jammed in between the sternpost and rudder. With great difficulty I gained my feet, and looking dizzily around, was, at first, struck with the idea of our being among breakers. So terrific, beyond the wildest imagination, was the whirlpool of mountainous and foaming ocean within which we were engulfed. After a while, I heard the voice of an old Swede who had shipped with us at the moment of our leaving port. I hallooed him. Hallooed. I don't know what that means, but I like the word. Uh, 1 second, gotta find where I was. I hallooed to him with all my strength, and presently he came reeling aft. We soon discovered that we were the sole survivors of the accident. All on deck, with the exception of ourselves, had been swept overboard. The captain and mates must have perished as they slept, for the cabins were deluged with water. Without assistance, we could expect to do little for the security of the ship, and our exertions were at first paralyzed by the momentary expectation of going down. Our cable had, of course, parted like pack thread at the first breath of the hurricane, or we should have been instantaneously overwhelmed. We scudded with frightful velocity before the sea, and the water made clear breaches over us. The framework of our stern was shattered excessively, and in almost every respect we had received considerable injury. But to our extreme joy we found the pumps unchoked, and that we had made no great shifting of our ballast. The main fury of the blast had already blown over, and we apprehended little danger from the violence of the wind. But we looked forward to its total cessation with dismay, well believing that in our shattered condition we should inevitably perish in the tremendous swell which would ensue. But this very just apprehension seemed by no means likely to be soon verified. For 5 entire days and nights, during which our only substance was a small quantity of jaggery, procured with great difficulty from... Oh, okay, I need to be right back. I'm going to go get the tiny human. Sorry I couldn't finish this tale. I will continue it when we're back in 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes. I'm guessing about 5 or 10. Okay, thank you so much for your patience. I'll be right back. Right, and we are back. Any human is home. He is taking a nap. Apparently, everyone is getting tired. Big stretch. All right. Now, as a reminder, we were in the midst of reading Miss Found in a Bottle, and they had just been hit by a terrible storm, and there's only 2 people left living after that. Let's see, they had just been eating. Okay. For 5 entire days and nights, during which our only subsistence was a small quantity of jaggery, procured with great difficulty from the forecastle, the hulk flew at a rate defying computation before rapidly succeeding flaws of wind, which, without equalling the first violence of the simoom, were still more terrific than any tempest I had before encountered. Our course for the first 4 days was, with trifling variations, southeast and by south, and we must have run down the coast of New Holland. On the 5th day, the cold became extreme, although the wind had hauled round a point more to the northward. The sun arose with a sickly yellow lustre, and clambered a very few degrees above the horizon, emitting no decisive light. There were no clouds apparent, yet the wind was upon the increase, and blew with a fitful and unsteady fury. About noon, as nearly as we could guess, our attention was again arrested by the appearance of the sun. It gave out no light, properly so called, but a dull and sullen glow without reflection, as if all its rays were polarized. Just before sinking within the turgid sea, its central fire suddenly went out, as if hurriedly extinguished by some unaccountable power. It was a dim, silver-like rim, alone as it rushed down the unfathomable ocean. We waited in vain for the arrival of the 6th day. That day to me has not arrived. To the Swede never did arrive. Aw, the Swede died on the 5th day, and before the 6th. Thenceforward, we were enshrouded in patchy darkness. Oh no, it was because the sun never came out again, so that we could not have seen an object at 20 paces from the ship. Eternal night continued to envelop us, all unrelieved by the phosphoric sea brilliancy to which we had been accustomed in the tropics. We observed, too, that although the tempest continued to rage with unabated violence, there was no longer to be discovered the usual appearance of surf or foam, which had hitherto attended us. All around were horror and thick gloom, and a black, sweltering desert of ebony. Ah, that sounds so sexy. It sounds like the ocean is just so appealing right now, so alluring. Superstitious terror crept by degrees into the spirit of the old Swede, and my own soul was wrapped up in silent wonder. We neglected all care of the ship, as worse than useless, and securing ourselves, as well as possible, to the stump of the mizzen mast, looked out bitterly into the world of the ocean. We had no means of calculating time, nor could we form any guess of our situation. We were, however, well aware of having made farther to the southward than any previous navigators, and felt great amazement at not meeting with the usual impediments of ice. In the meantime, every moment threatened to orbit. That's mean. They couldn't hear it, but you bonked me, and it's broken for this outfit. I'm sorry. I hope you're having a good day. We are currently reading Miss Found in the Sea by Edgar Allan Poe. It was one of his first tales that he released. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is my ASMR stream, so it's not going to be nearly as gremlin energy as usual. And it's very, very chill, very gentle. And you can feel free to take a nap. Let me give you a shout out. It's not going to be a clip right now because we are doing ASMR stuff. But I will give you a shout out. And this is going to be what Tuesdays look like until we potentially get D&D running again. Unfortunately, I don't know when that's going to happen, so every Tuesday is going to be this, and then when D&D starts, every other Tuesday will be this. We were, however, well aware of having made farther southward than any previous. They didn't have any impediments, such as ice, for going so south. In the meantime, every moment threatened to be our last. Every mountainous billow hurried to overwhelm us. The swell surpassed anything I had imagined possible, and that we were not instantly buried is a miracle. My companion spoke of the lightness of our cargo, and reminded me of the excellent qualities of our ship, but I could not help feeling the utter hopelessness of hope itself, and prepared myself gloomily for that death which I thought nothing could defer beyond an hour, as with every knot of way the ship made, the swelling of the black stupendous seas became more dismally appalling. See, this is why I don't do audiobooks. Well, why I don't record audiobooks, because I would stumble over everything. With every knot of way the ship made, the swelling of the black, stupendous seas became more dismally appalling. At times we gasped for breath at an elevation beyond the albatross. At times we became dizzy with the velocity of our descent into some watery hell, where the air grew stagnant and no sound disturbed the slumbers of the kraken. We were at the bottom of one of these abysses when a quick scream from my companion broke fearfully upon the night. "See! See!" he shrieked in my ears. "Almighty God! See! See!" As he spoke, I became aware of a dull, sullen glare of red light which streamed down the sides of the vast chasm where we lay, and threw a fitful brilliancy upon our deck. Casting my eyes upwards, I beheld a spectacle which froze the current of my blood. At a terrific height directly above us, and upon the very verge of the precipitous descent, hovered a gigantic ship of perhaps 4,000 tons, although upreared upon the summit of a wave more than 100 times her own altitude. Her apparent size exceeded that of any ship of the line or East Indiaman in existence. Her huge hull was of a deep dingy black, unrelieved by any of the customary carvings of a ship. A single row of brass cannon protruded from her open ports, and dashed from their polished surfaces the fires of innumerable battle lanterns, which swung to and fro about her rigging. But what mainly inspired us with horror and astonishment was that she bore up under a press of sail in the very teeth of that supernatural sea, and of that ungovernable hurricane. When we first discovered her, her bows were alone to be seen, as she rose slowly from the dim and horrible gulf beyond her. For a moment of intense horror she paused upon the giddy pinnacle, as if in contemplation of her own sublimity, then trembled and tottered and came down. At this instant, I know not what sudden self-possession came over my spirit. Staggering as far aft as I could, I awaited fearlessly the ruin that was to overwhelm. Our own vessel was at length ceasing from her struggles, and sinking with her head to the sea. The shock of this descending mass struck her, consequently, in that portion of her frame which was already under water, and the inevitable result was to hurl me with irresistible violence upon the rigging of the stranger. Thank you for the head pats, Loa. This ship is going fucking down. Is it a ghost ship that's hitting them? I can't tell. It looks spooky. As I fell, the ship hove in stays and went about, and to the confusion ensuing I attributed my escape from the notice of the crew. With little difficulty I made my way unperceived to the main hatchway, which was partially open, and soon found an opportunity of secreting myself in the hold. Huh? Did he take a poop? Did he poop? Did this boy just poop? Did this boy just poop? I'm sorry, I'm secreting. It's secreting, not secreting. I'm sorry. Myself in the hold. Why I did so I can hardly tell. An indefinite sense of awe, which at first sight of the navigators of the ship had taken hold of my mind, was perhaps the principle of my concealment. I was unwilling to trust myself with a race of people who had offered to the cursory glance I had taken. Huh? So many points of vague novelty, doubt, and apprehension. Oh, okay. It's one big sentence. I'm sorry. I was unwilling to trust myself with a race of people who had offered to the cursory glance I had taken so many points of vague novelty, doubt, and apprehension. I therefore thought proper to contrive a hiding place in the hold. This I did by removing a small portion of the shifting boards, in such a manner as to afford me a convenient retreat between the huge timbers of the ship. I had scarcely completed my work when a footstep in the hold forced me to make use of it. A man passed by my place of concealment with a feeble and unsteady gait. I could not see his face, but had an opportunity of observing his general appearance. There was about it an evidence of great age and infirmity. His knees tottered beneath a load of years, and his entire frame quivered under the burden. He muttered to himself, in a low, broken tone, some words of a language which I could not understand, and groped in a corner among a pile of singular-looking instruments and decayed charts of navigation. His manner was a wild mixture of the peevishness of second childhood, and the solemn dignity of a god. Oh, second child god? What a strange person. He at length went on deck, and I saw him no more. A feeling for which I have no name has taken possession of my soul, a sensation which will admit of no analysis, to which the lessons of bygone times are inadequate, and for which I fear futurity itself will offer me no key. To a mind constituted like my own, the latter consideration is an evil. I know that I shall never be satisfied with regard to the nature of my conceptions. Yet it is not wonderful that these conceptions are indefinite, since they gave words are hard. Yet it is not wonderful that these conceptions are indefinite, since they have their origin in sources so utterly novel. A new sense, a new entity, is added to my soul. Oh, hey, it's like what happened with me, kinda, not really. Just a new entity added to the soul, plus one entity to the soul. It is long since I first trod the deck of this terrible ship, and the rays of my destiny are, I think, gathering to a focus. Incomprehensible men, wrapped up in meditations of a kind which I cannot divine, they pass me by unnoticed. Concealment is utter folly on my part, for the people will not see. It is but just now that I passed directly before the eyes of a mate. It was no long while ago. It was no long while ago that I ventured into the captain's own private cabin and took thence the materials with which I write, and have written. I shall from time to time continue this journal. It is true that I may not find an opportunity of transmitting it to the world, but I will not fail to make the endeavor. At the last moment, I will enclose the MS in a bottle. MS in a bottle. It's not Mrs. It's nah. And cast it. Missive, mission statement. MS in a bottle. I don't know what that means. I'm not very smart. Just gonna let you know. I mean, I'm kind of smart, but you know, this is eluding me. I don't know what this title is supposed to be. An incident has occurred which has given me new room for meditation. Are such things the operation of ungoverned chance? I had ventured. Oh, it's an ad break. Ugh. You know, I should take a sip of water anyway. I hope we're all having a lovely day. I'm back to reading. And, I feel like this is going very interestingly. I forgot to repost, I think. Ha. A lovely time. We're having a lovely time. I'm enjoying myself quite a lot. And I hope you are too. And we're about to start reading again. I hope that. Wait, maybe I should look up what MS in a bottle, my MS found in a bottle is. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. Okay. Let's see. I had ventured upon deck and thrown myself down, without attracting any notice, among a pile of ratlin stuff and old sails in the bottom of the yawl. While musing upon the singularity of my fate, I unwittingly daubed with a tar brush the edges of a neatly folded studding sail which lay near me on a barrel. The studding sail is now bent upon the ship, and the thoughtless touches of the brush are spreading out into the word discovery. I have made many observations lately upon the structure of the vessel. Although well armed, she is not, I think, a ship of war. Her rigging, build, and general equipment all negative a supposition of this kind. What she is not, I can easily perceive. What she is, I fear it is impossible to say. I know not how it is, but in scrutinizing her strange model and singular cast of spars, her huge size and overgrown suits of canvas, her severely simple bow and antiquated stern, there will occasionally flash across my mind a sensation of familiar things, and there is always mixed up with such indistinct shadows of recollection, an unaccountable memory of old foreign chronicles and ages long ago. I have been looking at the timbers of the ship. She is built of a material to which I am a stranger. There is a peculiar character about the wood which strikes me as rendering it unfit for the purpose to which it has been applied. I mean its extreme porousness, considered independently by the worm-eaten condition, which is a consequent. Wow, I'm really bad. Couldn't even read consequence. Considered independently by the worm-eaten condition, which is a consequence of navigation in these seas, and apart from the rottenness attendant upon age, It will appear, perhaps, an observation somewhat over-curious, but this would have every characteristic of Spanish oak, if Spanish oak were distended by any unnatural means. In reading the above sentence, a curious apothegm of an old weather-beaten Dutch navigator comes full upon my recollection. It is as sure, he was wont to say, when any doubt was entertained of his veracity, as sure as there is a sea where the ship itself will grow in bulk like the living body of the seaman. About an hour ago, I made bold to thrust myself among a group of the crew. They paid me no manner of attention, and although I stood in the very midst of them, seemed utterly unconscious of my presence. Like the one I had first seen in the hold, they all bore about them the marks of a hoary old age. Their knees trembled with infirmity, their shoulders were bent double with the decrepitude their shriveled skins rattled in the wind, their voices were low, tremulous, and broken, their eyes glistened with the rheum of years, and their grey hairs streamed terribly in the tempest. Around them, on every part of the deck, lay scattered mathematical instruments of the most quaint and obsolete construction. I mentioned some time ago the bending of a studding sail. From that period the ship, being thrown dead off the wind, has continued her terrific course due south, with every rag of canvas packed upon her, from her trucks to her lower studding sail booms, and rolling every moment her topgallant yard arms into the most appalling hell of water which it can enter into the mind of a man to imagine. I have just left the deck, where I find it impossible to maintain a footing, although the crew seem to experience little inconvenience. It appears to me a miracle of miracles that our enormous bulk is not swallowed up at once and for ever. We are surely doomed to hover continually upon the brink of eternity, without taking a final plunge into the abyss. From billows 1,000 times more stupendous than any I have ever seen, we glide away with the facility of the arrowy seagull, and the colossal waters rear their heads above us like demons of the deep, but like demons confined to simple threats and forbidden to destroy. I am led to attribute these frequent escapes to the only natural cause which can account for such effect. I must suppose the ship to be within the influence of some strong current, or impetuous undertow. I have seen the captain face to face, and in his own cabin, but, as I expected, he paid me no attention. Although in his appearance there is, to a casual observer, nothing which might bespeak him more or less than man, still a feeling of irrepressible reverence and awe mingled with the sensation of wonder with which I regarded him. In stature he is nearly my own height, that is, about 5 feet 8 inches. Hey, solid height. I don't really care about height, by the way. I think that people that are like, oh, I want to date a guy taller than me, I think they're stupid. Just as a little side note, while I am reading about this probably ghost ship, probably cursed ghost ship, that's my guess. He is of a well-knit and compact frame of body, neither robust nor remarkably otherwise, but it is the singularity of the expression which reigns upon the face. It is the intense, the wonderful, the thrilling evidence of old age, so utter, so extreme, which it excites within my spirit a sentiment ineffable. His forehead, although little wrinkled, seems to bear upon it the stamp of a myriad of years. His grey hairs are records of the past, and his greyer eyes are sibyls of the future. The cabin floor was thickly strewn with strange iron-clasped folios and mouldering instruments of science, and obsolete, long-forgotten charts. His head was bowed down upon his hands, and he pored, with a fiery, unquiet eye, over a paper which I took to be a commission, and which, at all events, bore the signature of a monarch. He muttered to himself, as did the first seaman whom I saw in the hold, some low peevish syllables of a foreign tongue, and although the speaker was close at my elbow, his voice seemed to reach my ears from the distance of a mile. Oh, that's rad. Just like I can't understand him, but I can hear him. It's and like it's so hard to catch anything. It's so vague. His words are so vague. I love it. The ship and all in it are imbued with the spirit of Eld. The crew glide to and fro like the ghosts of buried centuries. Their eyes have an eager and uneasy meaning, and when their fingers fall athwart my path in the wild glare of the battle lanterns, I feel as I have never felt before. Although I have been all my life a dealer in antiquities, and have imbibed the shadows of fallen columns at Baalbek and Tadmor and Persepolis, until my very soul has become a ruin. When I look around me, I feel ashamed of my former apprehensions. If I trembled at the blast which has hitherto attended us, shall I not stand against at a warring of wind and ocean, to convey any idea of which the words tornado and simoom are trivial and ineffective? Mm. All in the immediate vicinity of the ship is the blackness of eternal night, and a chaos of foamless water, but about a league on either side of us may be seen, indistinctly and at intervals, stupendous ramparts of ice towering away into the desolate sky, and looking like the walls of the universe. As I imagined, the ship proves to be in a current, if that appellation can properly be given to a tide which, howling and shrieking by the white ice, thunders on to the southward, with a velocity like the headlong dashing of a cataract. Cataract. To conceive the horror of my sensations is, I presume, utterly impossible. Yet a curiosity to penetrate the mysteries of these awful regions predominates even over my despair, and will reconcile me to the most hideous aspect of death. It is evident that we are hurrying onwards to some exciting knowledge, some never to be imparted secret, whose attainment is destruction. Perhaps this current leads us to the southern pole itself. It must be confessed that a supposition apparently so wild has every probability in its favor. Mm. The crew pace the deck with unquiet and tremulous step, but there is upon their countenances an expression more of the eagerness of hope than of the apathy of despair. In the meantime, the wind is still at our poop, and, as we carry a crowd of canvas, the ship is at times lifted bodily from out the sea. Oh, horror upon horror! The ice opens suddenly to the right and to the left, and we are whirling dizzily in immense concentric circles. Oh my god. In immense concentric circles round and round the borders of a gigantic amphitheater, the summit of whose walls is lost in the darkness and the distance. But little time will be left me to ponder upon my destiny. The circles rapidly grow small. We are plunging madly within the grasp of the whirlpool, and amid a roaring and bellowing and thundering of ocean and tempest, the ship is quivering, oh God, and going down. Note: the MS Found in a Bottle was originally published in 1831, and it was not until many years afterwards that I became acquainted with the maps of Mercator, in which the ocean is represented as rushing by four mouths into the northern polar gulf, to be absorbed into the bowels of the earth. the pole itself being represented by a black rock, towering to a prodigious height. Huh, interesting. That would be like a rad, uh, fate worse than death thing to do to someone, like in a D&D. Like, you fall off of your ship, but you somehow manage to get onto another ship that seems to be endlessly going in one direction and, like, always just barely evades a storm. My goodness. I have no idea what that was all about, but that was fucking rad. Was it his just was it just like the fear of the south? Like the south part of the world? Huh. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I was reading the excerpt in the beginning. The next one is called Ligeia. Narrated by an unnamed, unreliable narrator, this gothic styled satire was first published in September of 1838. It was in the Baltimore American Museum. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy, and I hope that this one has a little bit less. I hope that they don't say poop in this one. I was I don't know what the poop of a ship is, but I don't know. I don't want to say poop. Sorry, I'm being a little silly. Now, I don't know this excerpt is going to be in public domain, so I'm not going to read it cuz it's like quoted to someone else. I cannot for my soul remember how, when, or even precisely where I first became acquainted with the Lady Ligeia. Long years have since elapsed, and my memory is feeble through much suffering, or perhaps I cannot now bring these points to mind because, in truth, the character of my beloved, her rare learning, her singular yet placid cast of beauty, and the thrilling and enthralling eloquence of her low musical language made their way into my heart by paces so steadily and stealthily progressive that they have been unnoticed and unknown. Hi, it's Ralph. Um, sorry, we are reading Edgar Allan Poe. I have a book that is a collection of his greatest works, and I'm reading a story. Yeah, right now we are reading Ligeia, which was a story published in 1838. And I've already started a little bit. And I think it's quite fun. I already read through all of the poems in this book. I don't know if it's all of the poems Poe ever wrote, but it was quite a few poems. So hopefully it was at least the majority of what he wrote. Some were even unfinished or unpublished and were published after his demise. But I hope you enjoy, and please sit back, relax, enjoy some tea or water or whatever you want to drink, and enjoy. Thank you. I hope it is. Okay. So far we've been introduced to Lady Ligeia, who is lovely. This narrator loves Ligeia. He thinks that she's so elegant and eloquent and beautiful in a placid way. Okay, let's see. Last sentence. Oh, hey, this is a big run on sentence. Or perhaps I cannot now bring these points to mind, because in truth, the character of my beloved, her rare learning, her singular yet placid cast of beauty, and the thrilling and enthralling eloquence of her low musical language made their way into my heart by paces so steadily and stealthily progressive that they have been unnoticed and unknown. Yet I believe that I met her first and most frequently in some large old decaying city near the Rhine. Of her family I have surely heard her speak. That it is of a remotely ancient date cannot be doubted. Ligeia, Ligeia, buried in studies of a nature more than all else adapted to deaden impressions of the outward world. It is by that sweet word alone, by Ligeia, that I bring before mine eyes in fancy the image of her who is no more. And now, while I write, a recollection flashes upon me that I have never known the paternal name of her who was my friend and my betrothed, and who became the partner of my studies. No, it's an ad. And finally, the wife of my bosom. She became his wife, or her wife, whoever. They became the narrator's wife. It'll give me the chance to take a breath, stretch a little bit, and let people get back to me. I hope that so far you've been enjoying, and I hope that this becomes actually a much beloved series. I know we'll probably burn through books quite quickly, but that's okay, right? I'm sure more things will come out over time. More things will be released into public domain that I can read. And eventually, I hope that there will be some authors that reach out to me and give me the rights to read their stuff. And yes, I believe Fight had a very good birthday. I got him some cheesecake, made pancakes for breakfast, made chicken wings and rice for dinner, and basically all day we played Baldur's Gate, which is what he said he wanted to do. Delightful. Okay. And now, while I write, a recollection flashes upon me that I have never known the paternal name of her who was my friend and my betrothed, and my friend and my betrothed, and who became the partner of my studies, and finally the wife of my bosom. Was it a playful charge on the part of my Ligeia, or was it a test of my strength of affection, that I should institute no inquiries upon this point, or was it rather a caprice of my own, a wildly romantic offering on the shrine of the most passionate devotion? But I distinctly recall the fact itself. What wonder that I have utterly forgotten the circumstances which originated or attended it? And indeed, if ever that spirit which is entitled romance, if ever she, the wan and the misty-winged Astaphet of idolatrous Egypt, presided, as they tell, over marriages ill-omened, then most surely she presided over mine. There is one dear topic, however, on which my memory fails me not. It is the person of Ligeia. In stature she was tall, somewhat slender, and in her latter days even emaciated. That's not good. I would in vain attempt to portray the majesty, the quiet ease of her demeanor, or the incomprehensible lightness and elasticity of her footfall. She came and departed as a shadow, I was never made aware of her entrance into my closed study save by the dear music of her low, sweet voice, as she placed her marble hand upon my shoulder. In beauty of face no maiden ever equaled her. It was the radiance of an opium dream, an airy and spirit-lifting vision, more wildly divine than the fantasies which hovered about the slumbering souls of the daughters of Delos. Yet her features were not that of regular mold which we have falsely taught to worship in the classical labors of the heathen. There is no exquisite beauty, says Bacon, Lord Verulam, speaking truly of all forms and genera of beauty, without some strangeness in the proportion. That's actually really cool. There is no exquisite beauty without some strangeness in the proportion. I like that. I love that, actually. Yet, although I saw that the features of Ligeia were not of a classic regularity, although I perceived that her loveliness was indeed exquisite, and felt that there was much of strangeness pervading it, yet I have tried in vain to detect the irregularity and to trace home my own perception of the strange. I examined the contour of the lofty and pale forehead. It was faultless. How cold indeed that word when applied to a majesty so divine, the skin rivaling the purest ivory, the commanding extent and repose, the gentle prominence of the regions above the temples, and then the raven black, the glossy, the luxuriant and naturally curling tresses, setting forth the full force of the Homeric epithet hyacinthine. Hyacinthine, huh? I looked at the delicate outlines of the nose, and nowhere but in the graceful medallions of Hebrews had I ever beheld a similar perfection. There were the same luxurious smoothness of surface, the same scarcely perceptible tendency to the aquiline, the same harmoniously curved nostrils speaking the free spirit. I regarded the sweet mouth. Here was indeed the triumph of all things heavenly, the magnificent turn of the short upper lip, the soft voluptuous slumber of the under, the dimples which sported and the color which spoke, the teeth glancing back with a brilliancy almost startling, every ray of the holy light which fell upon them in her serene and placid, yet most exultingly radiant of all smiles. I scrutinized the formation of the chin, and here too, fullness, and here too, I found the gentleness of breath, the softness and the majesty, the fullness and the spirituality of the Greek, the contour which the god Apollo revealed but in a dream to Cleomenes, to Cleo, the son of the Athenian. And then I peered into the large eyes of Ligeia. For eyes we have no models in the remotely antique. It might have been, too, that in these eyes of my beloved lay the secret to which Lord Verulam alludes. They were, I must believe, far larger than the ordinary eyes of our own race. They were even fuller than the fullest of the gazelle eyes of the tribe of the valley, Nourjahad. Yet it was only at intervals, in moments of intense excitement, that this peculiarity became more than slightly noticeable in Ligeia. And at such moments was her beauty in my heated fancy, thus it appeared perhaps, the beauty of beings either above or apart from the earth, the beauty of the fabulous houri of the Turk. The hue of the orbs was the most brilliant of black, and far over them hung jetty lashes of great length. Damn. There's a very pretty picture. Wow, yeah, I can see why he would be freaking out over Ligeia. Ligeia is fucking beautiful. The brows, slightly irregular in outline, had the same tint. Strangeness, however, which I found in the eyes, was of a nature distinct from the formation, or the color, or the brilliancy of the features, and must, after all, be referred to the expression. Ah, word of no meaning, behind whose vast latitude of mere sound we entrench our ignorance of so much of the spiritual. The expression of the eyes of Ligeia. How for long hours I have pondered upon it. How have I, through the whole of a midsummer night, struggled to fathom it. What was it that lay... What was it that something more profound than the well of Democritus, which lay far within the pupils of my beloved? What was it? I was possessed with a passion to discover those eyes, those large, those shining, those divine orbs. They became to me twin stars of Leda, and I to them the devoutest of astrologers. Jesus, this guy is really into her. There is no point among the many incomprehensible anomalies of the science of mind more thrillingly exciting than the fact never, I believe, noticed in the schools that in our endeavors to recall to memory something long forgotten, we often find ourselves upon the very verge of remembrance without being able in the end to remember. And thus how frequently in my intense scrutiny of Ligeia's eyes have I felt approaching the full knowledge of their expression, felt it approaching, yet not quite be mine, and so at length entirely depart. And, strange, oh strangest mystery of all, I found in the commonest objects of the universe a circle of analogies to the expression. I mean to say that subsequently to the period when Ligeia's beauty passed into my spirit, there dwelling as in a shrine, I derived from many existences in the material world a sentiment such as I felt always aroused within me by her large and luminous orbs. Yet not the more I could define that sentiment, or analyze, or even steadily view it, I recognized it, let me repeat, sometimes in the survey of a rapidly growing vine, in the contemplation of a moth, a butterfly, a chrysalis, a stream of running water. I have felt it in the ocean, in the falling of a meteor. I have felt it in the glances of unusually aged people. And there are one or two stars in heaven, one especially, a star of the 6th magnitude, double and changeable, to be found near the large star Lyra. In a telescopic scrutiny of which I have been made aware of the feeling. I have been filled with it by certain sounds from stringed instruments, and not unfrequently by passages from books. Among innumerable other instances, I well remember something in a volume of Joseph Glanville, which, perhaps merely from its quaintness, who shall say, never failed to inspire me with the sentiment. And and the will therein lieth, which dieth not. Who knoweth the mysteries of the will with its vigour? For God is but a great will pervading all things by nature of its intentness. Man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. Length of years and subsequent reflection have enabled me to trace, indeed, some remote connection between the passage in the English moralist, and a portion of the character of Ligeia. An intensity in thought, action, or speech was possibly in her a result, or at least an index, of that gigantic volition which, during our long intercourse, failed to give other and more immediate evidence of its existence. Of all the women whom I have ever known, she, the outwardly calm, the ever placid Ligeia, was the most violently a prey to the tumultuous vultures of stern passion. And of such passion I could form no estimate, save by the miraculous expansion of those eyes, which at once so delighted and appalled me, by the almost magical melody, modulation, distinctness, and placidity of her very low voice, and by the fierce energy rendered doubly effective by contrast with her manner of utterance, of the wild words which she habitually uttered. Damn, this chick. I'm very much getting the Living La Vida Loca vibes from this. Just this woman seems so gentle but intense, you know? I have spoken of the learning of Ligeia. It was immense, such as I have never known in woman. Wow, a little bit of sexism right there. I mean, this guy's obviously fucking crazy, right? Like, I don't think anyone can like hyper focus this much on one person and all these aspects of a person without being a little bit, little bit mentally abnormal. I mean, I'm down for it. This is interesting to read. This is just like a little story of obsession or something else. In the classical tongues was she deeply proficient, and as far as my own acquaintance extended in regard to the modern dialects of Europe, I have never known her at fault. Indeed, upon any theme of the most admired, because simply the most abstruse, damn, of the boasted erudition of the Academy, have I ever found Ligeia at fault. That was a confusing sentence. Your words are chewy, Edgar. Your words are a little chewy. How singularly, how thrillingly, this one point in the nature of my wife has forced itself, at this late period, only upon my attention. I said her knowledge was such as I have never known in woman, but where breathes the man who has traversed, and successfully, all the wide areas of moral, physical, and mathematical science. I saw not then what I now clearly perceive, that the acquisitions of Ligeia were gigantic, were astounding, yet I was sufficiently aware of her infinite supremacy to resign myself, with a childlike confidence, to her guidance through the chaotic world of metaphysical investigation at which I was most busily occupied during the earlier years of our marriage. With how vast a triumph, and how vivid a delight, with how much of all that is ethereal in hope I did feel as she bent over me in studies but little sought, but less known, but less known, that delicious vista by slow degrees expanding before me, down whose long, gorgeous, and all untrodden path I might at length pass onward to the goal of a wisdom too divinely precious not to be forbidden. How poignant, then, must have been the grief with which, after some years, I beheld my well-grounded expectations take wings to themselves and fly away. Without Ligeia, I was but as a child groping benighted. Her presence, her readings alone, rendered vividly luminous the many mysteries of the transcendentalism in which we were immersed. Wanting the radiant luster of her eyes, letters, lambent and golden, grew duller than Saturnian lead. And now those eyes shone less and less frequently upon the pages over which I pored. Ligeia grew ill. The wild eyes blazed with a too glorious effulgence. The pale fingers became of the transparent waxen hue of the grave, and the blue veins upon the lofty forehead swelled and sank impetuously with the tides of the most gentle emotion. I saw that she must die, and I struggled desperately in spirit with the grim Azrael. And the struggles of the passionate wife were, to my astonishment, even more energetic than my own. There had been much in her stern nature to impress me with, but the belief that, to her, death would have come without its terrors. But not so. Words are impotent to convey any just idea of the fierceness of resistance with which she wrestled with the shadow. I groaned in anguish at the pitiable spectacle. I would have soothed, I would have reasoned, but in the intensity of her wild desire for life, solace and reason were alike the uttermost of folly. Yet not until the last instant, amid the most convulsive writhings of her fierce spirit, was shaken the external placidity of her demeanor. Her voice grew more gentle, grew more low, yet I would not wish to dwell upon the wild meaning of the quietly uttered words. My brain reeled as I hearkened entrance to a melody more than mortal, to assumptions and aspirations which morality had never before known. That she loved me I should not have doubted, and I might have been easily aware that in a bosom such as hers love would have reigned no ordinary passion, but in death only was I fully impressed with the strength of her affection. For long hours, detaining my hand, she would pour out before me the overflowing of a heart whose more than passionate devotion amounted to idolatry. She idolized him. He's probably crazy. How had I deserved to be so blessed by such confessions? How had I deserved to be so cursed with the removal of my beloved in the hour of her making them? But upon this subject I cannot bear to dilate. Oh my god, it's getting so sad. I don't. I need to take a drink of water because we are in an ad. But holy moly. Like, Mm, I do think I like his poetry a little bit more than I like his stories. Because at least these first two are very chewy. Maybe it was because he was new and he was trying to impress people, or he had just gotten out of some kind of schooling and was like trying to follow all the rules instead of kind of breaking him or making them his own. You know, I don't know. It seems to get lost in big word syndrome a little bit. Just a little bit. I mean, it's still lovely and wonderful. I'm gonna retweet this. I love it. Sorry, I found something. I was peeking at Twitter really fast while the ad was finishing up. Let me say only that in Ligeia's more than womanly abandonment to a love, alas, all unmerited, all unworthily bestowed, I at length recognized the principle of her longing with so wildly earnest a desire for the life which was now fleeing so rapidly away. It is this wild longing, it is this eager vehemence of desire for life, but for life, that I have no power to portray, no utterance capable of expressing. At high noon of the night in which she departed, beckoning me, I'm sorry, this word is hard, beckoning me peremptorily to her side, she bade me repeat certain verses composed by herself not many days before. I obeyed her. They were these. 1 second. I'll get to her words, I promise. Lo, 'tis a gala night. Within the lonesome latter years, an angel throng bewinged bedight, in veils and drowned in tears, sit in a theatre to see play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly. Mere puppets they who come and go at bidding of vast formless things. that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings, invisible woe, that motley drama, oh, be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth in to the selfsame spot, and much of madness and more of sin, and horror the soul of the plot. But see amid the mimic rout a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that writhes from out the scenic solitude. It writhes with mortal pangs, the mimes become its food, and the seraphs sob at vermin fangs, in human gore imbued. Out, out are the lights, out all, and over each quivering form the curtain, a funeral pall, comes down with the rush of a storm, and the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising, unveiling, affirm that the play is the tragedy man, and its hero the conqueror worm. "O God!" half shrieked Ligeia, leaping to her feet and extending her arms aloft with a spasmodic movement as I made an end of these lines. "O God! O Divine Father! Shall these things be undeviatingly so? Shall this conqueror not be once conquered? Are we not part and parcel in thee? Who, who knoweth the mysteries of the will with its vigor? Man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will." And now, as if exhausted with emotion, she suffered her white arms to fall, and returned solemnly to her bed of death. And as she breathed her last sighs, there came mingled with them a low murmur from her lips. I bent to them my ear, and distinguished again the concluding words of the passage of Glanville. Man doth not yield Man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. She died, and I, crushed into the very dust with sorrow, could no longer endure the lonely desolation of my dwelling in the dim and decaying city by the Rhine. I had no lack of what the world calls wealth. Ligeia had brought me far more, very far more, than ordinarily falls to the lot of mortals. After a few months, therefore, of weary and aimless wandering, I purchased and put in some repair an abbey, which I shall not name, in one of the wildest and least frequented portions of fair England. The gloomy and dreary grandeur of the building, the almost savage aspect of the domain, the many melancholy and time-honored memories connected with both, had much in unison with the feelings of utter abandonment which had driven me into that remote and unsocial region of the country. Yet, although the external abbey, with its verdant decay hanging about it, suffered but little alteration, I gave way with a childlike perversity, and perchance with a faint hope of alleviating my sorrows, to a display of more than regal magnificence within. For such follies, even in childhood, I had imbibed a taste, and now they came back to me, as if in the dotage of grief. Alas, I feel how much even of incipient madness might have been discovered in the gorgeous and fantastic draperies, in the solemn carvings of Egypt, in the wild cornices and furniture, in the bedlam patterns of the carpets and of tufted gold. I had become a bounden slave in the trammels of opium, and my labors and my orders had taken a coloring from my dreams. But these absurdities I must not pause to detail. Let me speak only of that one chamber, ever accursed, whither, in a moment of mental alienation, I led from the altar as my bride, as the successor of the unforgotten Ligeia, the fair-haired and blue-eyed Lady Rowena Trevanion of Tremaine. Oh, so he remarried, I think. There is no individual portion of the architecture and decoration of that bridal chamber which is not now visibly before me. Where were the souls of the haughty family of the bride, when through thirst of gold they permitted to pass the threshold of an apartment so bedecked, a maiden and a daughter so beloved? I have said that I minutely remember the details of the chamber, yet I am sadly forgetful on topics of deep moment, and here there was no system, no keeping, in their fantastic display to take hold upon the memory. The room lay in a high turret of the castellated abbey, was pentagonal in shape, and of capacious size. Oh my god. Edgar, go easy on me. This is getting really tiring to read. Okay, let's see. Occupying the whole southern face of the Pentagon was the sole window, an immense sheet of unbroken glass from Venice, a single pane and tinted of a leaden hue, so that the rays. Thank you so much for the follow, Mick Goliath. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the reading, even though I'm kind of struggling with this one in particular. An immense sheet of unbroken glass from Venice, a single pane and tinted of a leaden hue, so that the rays of either sun or moon passing through it fell with a ghastly luster on the objects within. Thank you. Over the upper portion of this huge window extended the trellis work of an aged vine, which clambered up the massy walls of the turret. The ceiling of gloomy-looking oak was excessively lofty, vaulted, and elaborately fretted with the wildest and most grotesque specimens of a semi-Gothic, semi-Druidical device. From out the most central recess of this melancholy vaulting depended, by a single chain of gold with long links, a huge censer of the same metal. Saracenic? In pattern, and with many perforations so contrived that there, with their writhed pattern, oh my god, there writhed in and out of them, as if endued with a serpent vitality, a continual succession of party-colored fires. Oh my god, Edgar. Edgar! Oh my god. This is gonna. Oh, it's so long. Oh, it's so long. Ligeia, why? This man is insane. I liked the part where he was complimenting Ligeia, but Jesus Christ. Now he's going on about a church he bought. And I don't even know if he remarried someone or what's going on. I've completely gotten lost. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Can anyone bring me up to bring me up to speed on what the fuck is happening? Because I need a second. It's so long. I'll wait. Well, I'll continue reading and hope that someone can explain what the heck's going on in this. I don't know if I'm stupid or if this is very difficult to read. Some few ottomans and golden candelabra of Eastern figure were in various stations about, and there was the couch too, the bridal couch of an Indian model, and low and sculptured of solid ebony, with a pall-like canopy above. In each of the angles of the chamber stood on end a gigantic sarcophagus of black granite, from the tombs of the kings over against Luxor. Oh, Edgar! With their aged lids full of immemorial sculpture. But in the draping of the apartment lay, alas, the chief fantasy of all, the lofty walls, gigantic in height, even unproportionally so, were hung from summit to foot in vast folds with a heavy and massive looking tapestry. tapestry of a material which was found alike as a carpet on the floor, as a covering for the ottomans and the ebony bed. Did he just describe a rug? Or like a cover for the fucking furniture? Was it a rug or a furniture cover? I can't fucking tell because he's being so vague about his descriptions or just too wordy. Too many words. Too many words, Edgar. Calm down. And as the gorgeous volutes of the curtains which partially shaded the window. The material was the richest cloth of gold. It was spotted all over, at irregular intervals, with arabesque figures about a foot in diameter, and wrought upon the cloth in patterns of the most jetty black. But these figures partook of the true character of the arabesque only when regarded from a single point of view, by a contrivance now common, and indeed traceable to a very remote period of antiquity. They were made changeable in aspect. Holographic curtains, I'm guessing? Kinda? Weird. To one entering the room, they bore the appearance of simple monstrosities, but upon a farther advance, this appearance gradually departed, and step by step, as the visitor moved his station in the chamber, he saw himself surrounded by an endless succession of ghastly forms which belong to the superstition of the Norman, or arise in the guilty slumbers of the monk. The phantasmagoric effect was vastly heightened by the artificial introduction of a strong, continuing current of wind behind the draperies, giving a hideous and uneasy animation to the whole. Did he just make a spooky room? In a hall such as these, in a bridal chamber such as this, I passed with the Lady of Tremaine the unhallowed hours of the first month of our marriage, passed them with but little disquietude. Passed them with but little disquietude, that my wife dreaded the fierce moodiness of my temper, that she shunned me and loved me but little, I could not help perceiving, but it gave me rather pleasure than otherwise. I loathed her with a hatred belonging more to demon than to man. What? Why would you remarry if you fucking hate her? Because you were lonely? I'm guessing it's because he was lonely. My memory flew back. Oh, with what intensity of regret. To Ligeia, the beloved, the august, the beautiful, the entombed. I revelled in recollections of her purity, her wisdom, of her lofty, her ethereal nature, of her passionate, her idolatrous love. Now then did my spirit fully and freely burn with more than all the fires of her own, in the excitement of my opium dreams, for I was habitually fettered in the shackles of the drug. I would call aloud upon her name during the silence of the night, or among the sheltered recesses of the glens by day, as if, through the wild eagerness, the solemn passion, the consuming ardor of my longing for the departed, I could restore her to the pathway she had abandoned. Ah, could it be forever? Upon the earth. God, guy's fucking crazy. About the commencement of the second month of the marriage, the Lady Rowena was attacked with sudden illness, from which her recovery was slow. The fever which consumed her rendered her nights uneasy, and in her perturbed state of half slumber, she spoke of sounds and of motions in and about the chamber of the turret, which I concluded had no origin save the distemper of her fancy, or perhaps the phantasmagoric influences of the chamber itself. She became at length convalescent, finally well, yet but a brief period elapsed ere a second more violent disorder again threw her upon a bed of suffering, and from this attack her frame, at all times feeble, never altogether recovered, Her illnesses were, after this epoch, of alarming character, and of more alarming recurrence, defying alike the knowledge that the great exertion of her and the great okay. Her illnesses were, after this epoch, of alarming character, and of more alarming recurrence, defying alike the knowledge and the great exertions of her physicians. With the increase of the chronic disease, which had thus apparently taken too sure hold upon her constitution to be eradicated by human means, I could not fail to observe a similar increase in the nervous irritation of her temperament, and in her excitability by trivial causes of fear. She spoke again, and now more frequently and pertinaciously, of the sounds, of the slight sounds, and of the unusual motions along the tapestries, to which she had formerly alluded. One night, near the closing in of September, she pressed this distressing subject with more than usual emphasis upon my attention. She had just awakened from an unquiet slumber, and I had been watching, with feelings half of anxiety, half of vague terror, the workings of her emaciated countenance. I sat by the side of her ebony bed upon one of the ottomans of India. She partly arose and spoke, in an earnest low whisper, of sounds which she then heard, but which I could not hear, of motions which she then saw, but which I could not perceive. The wind was rushing hurriedly behind the tapestries, and I wished to show her what, let me confess, I could not all believe. Okay, it's another ad. Okay, I'm getting back into the story. Like, he really went on a bit of a tangent describing everything, which was strange, but I guess he painted an image of the room. I don't know. I don't know. It seems it just meh meh meh. I'm kind of sad that this is probably going to be the last story I can complete before the end of stream, because I don't even know if I'm going to be able to complete it in by the end of stream, because oh, it is chunky. It is so chunky. It's so long. It's so long. I'm kind of tired. Uh, this is definitely my least favorite. Yeah, I know. It got very. It seemed like it got convoluted, but now I kind of understand why it got convoluted. Okay. That those almost inarticulate breathings and those very gentle variations of the figures upon the wall were but the natural effects of that customary rushing of wind, but a deadly pallor overspreading her face that proved to me that my exertions to reassure her would be fruitless. She appeared to be fainting, and no attendants were within call. I remembered where was deposited a decanter of light wine, which had been ordered by her physicians, and hastened across the chamber to procure it. But as I stepped beneath the light of the censer, two circumstances of a startling nature attracted my attention. I had felt that some palpable, although invisible object had passed lightly by my person, and I saw that there lay upon the golden carpet, in the very middle of the rich lustre thrown from the censer, a shadow, a faint, indefinite shadow of angelic aspect, such as might be fancied for the shadow of a shade. But I was wild with excitement of an immoderate dose of opium, and heeded these things but little, nor spoke of them to Rowena. Having found the wine, I recrossed the chamber, and poured out a gobletful, which I held to the lips of the fainting lady. She had now partially recovered, however, and took the vessel herself, while I sank upon an ottoman near me, with my eyes fastened upon her person. It was then that I became distinctly aware of a gentle footfall upon the carpet, and near the couch, and in a second thereafter, as Rowena was in the act of raising the wine to her lips, I saw, or may have dreamed that I saw, all within the goblet, as if from some invisible spring in the atmosphere of the room, 3 or 4 large drops of brilliant and ruby-colored fluid. If this I saw, not so Rowena. She swallowed the wine unhesitatingly, and I forbore to speak to her of a circumstance which must, after all, I considered, have been but the suggestion of a vivid imagination, rendered morbidly active by the terror of the lady, by the opium, and by the hour. Huh. So it looks like she's getting perpetually poisoned. I think he might be poisoning her. I think it might actually be him. Yet I cannot conceal it from my own perception that, immediately subsequent to the fall of the ruby drops, a rapid change for the worse took place in the disorder of my wife, so that, on the 3rd subsequent night, the hands of her menials prepared her for the tomb, and on the 4th I sat alone, with her shrouded body, in that fantastic chamber which had received her as my bride. Wild visions, opium engendered, flitted shadow-like before me. I gazed with unquiet eye upon the sarcophagi in the angles of the room, upon the varying figures of the drapery, and upon the writhing of the party-colored fires in the censer overhead. My eyes then fell, as I called to mind the circumstances of a former night, to the spot beneath the glare of the censer where I had seen the faint traces of the shadow. It was there, however, no longer, and breathing with greater freedom, I turned my glances to the pallid and rigid figure upon the bed. Then rushed upon me 1,000 memories of Ligeia, and then came back upon my heart with the turbulent violence of a flood, the whole of that unutterable woe with which I had regarded her, thus enshrouded. The night waned, and still, with a bosom full of bitter thoughts of the only and supremely beloved, I remained gazing upon the body of Rowena. It might have been midnight, or perhaps earlier, or later, for I had taken no note of time, when a sob, low, gentle, but very distinct, startled me from my reverie. I felt that it came from the bed of ebony, the bed of death. I listened in an agony of superstitious terror, but there was no repetition of the sound. I strained my vision to detect any motion in the corpse, but there was not the slightest perceptible. Yet I could not have been deceived. I had heard the noise, however faint, and my soul was awakened within me. I resolutely and perseveringly kept my attention riveted upon the body. Many minutes elapsed before any circumstance occurred tending to throw light upon the mystery. At length it became evident that a very feeble, and barely noticeable tinge of color had flushed up within the cheeks and along the sunken small veins of the eyelids. Through a species of unutterable horror and awe, for which the language of mortality has no sufficiently energetic expression, felt my heart cease to beat, my limbs grow rigid where I sat. Yet a sense of duty finally operated to restore my self-possession. Yet a sense of duty finally operated to restore my self-possession. I could no longer doubt that we had been precipitate in our preparations, that Rowena still lived. It was necessary that some immediate exertion be made, yet the turret was altogether apart from the portion of the abbey tenanted by the servants. There were none within call. I had no means of summoning them to my aid without leaving the room for many minutes, and this I could not venture to do. I therefore struggled alone in my endeavors to call back the spirit still hovering. In a short period it was certain, however, that a relapse had taken place. The color disappeared from both eyelid and cheek, leaving a wanness even more than that of marble. The lips became doubly shriveled and pinched up in the ghastly expression of death. A repulsive clamminess and coldness overspread rapidly the surface of the body, and all the usual rigorous stiffness immediately supervened. I fell back with a shudder upon the couch from which I had been so startlingly aroused, and again gave myself up to the passionate waking visions of Ligeia. This is almost done. Okay, cool. Almost done, everyone. And then I will end stream and raid someone. An hour thus elapsed, when, could it be possible, I was a second time aware of some vague sound issuing from the region of the bed. I listened in extremity of horror. The sound came again. It was a sigh. Rushing to the corpse, I distinctly saw a tremor upon the lips. In a minute afterward they relaxed, disclosing a bright line of the pearly teeth. Amazement now struggled in my bosom with the profound awe which had hitherto reigned there alone. I felt that my vision grew dim, that my reason wandered, and it was only by a violent effort that I at length succeeded in nerving myself to the task which duty thus once more had pointed out. My pendulum's extended warranty? Aw. Well, to be fair, I did get released by some revolutionary thing. I'm pretty sure it's a revolution that busts him out. There was now a partial glow upon the forehead and upon the cheek and throat. A perceptible warmth pervaded the whole frame. There was even a slight pulsation at the heart. The lady lived, and with redoubled ardor I betook myself to the task of restoration. I chafed and bathed the temples and the hands, and used every exertion which experience and no little medical reading could suggest, but in vain. Suddenly the color fled, the pulsation ceased, the lips resumed the expression of the dead, and in an instant afterward the whole body took upon itself the icy chilliness, the livid hue, the intense rigidity, the sunken outline, and all the loathsome peculiarities of that which has been, for many days, a tenant of a tomb. So, I think this guy has just completely lost it. I think she's been dead for a while, and he just keeps doing opium and keeps hallucinating that she's still alive. And again I sunk into visions of Ligeia, and again, what marvel that I shudder while I write, again there reached my ears a low sob from the region of the ebony bed. But why shall I minutely detail the unspeakable horrors of that night? Why shall I pause to relate how time after time, until near the period of the grey dawn, this hideous drama of revivification was repeated? How each terrific relapse was only into a sterner and apparently more irredeemable death? How each agony wore the aspect of a struggle with some invisible foe, and how each struggle was succeeded by I know not what of wild change in the personal appearance of the corpse? Let me hurry to a conclusion. Thank you. This is a very long story. The greater part of the fearful night had worn away, and she who had been dead once again stirred, and now more vigorously than hitherto, although arousing from a dissolution more appalling in its utter hopelessness than any. I had long ceased to struggle or to move, and remained sitting rigidly upon the ottoman, a helpless prey to a whirl of violent emotions, of which extreme awe was perhaps the least terrible, the least consuming. The corpse, I repeat, stirred, and now more vigorously than before. The hues of life flushed up with unwonted energy into the countenance. The limbs relaxed, and save that the eyelids were yet pressed heavily together, and that the bandages and draperies of the grave still imparted their charnel? I don't know. Character to the figure. I might have dreamed that Rowena had indeed shaken off utterly the fetters of death. But if this idea was not, even then, altogether adopted, I could at least doubt no longer, when, arising from the bed, tottering with feeble steps, with closed eyes, and with the manner of one bewildered in a dream, the thing that was enshrouded advanced bodily and palpably into the middle of the apartment. I trembled not, I stirred not, for a crowd of unutterable fancies connected with the air, stature, the demeanor of the figure, rushing hurriedly through my brain, had paralyzed, had chilled me into stone. I stirred not, but gazed upon the apparition. There was a mad disorder in my thoughts, a tumult unappeasable. Could it indeed be the living Rowena who confronted me? Could it indeed be Rowena at all? The fair-haired, the blue-eyed Lady Rowena Trevanion of Tremaine? Why should I doubt it? The bandage lay heavily about the mouth, but then it might not be the mouth of the breathing Lady of Tremaine? Ugh. The bandage lay heavily about the mouth, but then might it not be the mouth of the breathing Lady Tremaine? And the cheeks, there were the roses as in her noon of life. Yes, these might indeed be the fair cheeks of the living Lady Tremaine. And the chin, with its dimples as in health, might it not be hers? But had she grown taller since her malady? What inexpressible madness seized me with that thought? One bound, and I had reached her feet. Shrinking from my touch, she let fall from her head, unloosened the ghastly cerements which had confined it, and there streamed forth into the rushing atmosphere of the chamber huge masses of long and dishevelled hair. It was a blanket than the raven wings of midnight. No, it was blacker than the raven wings of midnight, and now slowly opened the eyes of the figure which stood before me. Here then, at least, I shrieked aloud, can I never be mistaken? These are the full and the black and the wild eyes of my lost love, of the Lady of Ligeia. Huh. That's very funny. Also, yes, that was absolutely him having crazy opium hallucinations. That was absolutely what was happening. Because he saw Ligeia again haunting him. Jeez. What a wild story to end on. It was a wild, very tiring story. Now, I'm going to be raiding someone. We'll see who there is to raid. Because I am done for now. I will be doing this again in a week, every Tuesday until D&D starts again, then every other Tuesday. Let's see if there's anyone cool to raid. Everyone is so big. Everyone is so big. I think I'm not gonna raid. Oh, you have a raid suggestion? Feel free. Because everyone that I'm looking at currently has a little bit too many viewers, and I'm a little bit nervous about raiding someone with so many viewers. But we will indeed raid whoever you say, as long as they're cool. I hope they don't mind me raiding them with uh from doing ASMR. Oh, wonderful. I've also been playing Baldur's Gate off stream because I don't know if I could actually make that entertaining. We will raid Jada Games, and I will be streaming Witcher again tomorrow, and I will be doing this sort of stream again in a week. I hope you all have enjoyed. I hope you had a wonderful time, and I hope to see you soon. Now, be sure to share the love with Jay. Have a good day. Bye.